Even as his killing intent faded, Uzumaki Naruto shuddered with rage and sorrow, his fist trembling just inches from his foe's face. "It's you from the woods," he whispered as he looked into the eyes of the feminine boy standing before him. He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. The kind stranger from the forest that had listened to his dream, who'd smiled and wished him good fortune, and the bastard ice demon who'd killed his teammate were one and the same. He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. Yet here it was, still true nonetheless. He wanted to scream, to sputter and rage at the uncaring world, but all he could do was stand there and shake as he fought his conflicting feelings. He was enraged by Sasuke's death. He'd never liked the bastard. He'd always been so arrogant, so cocky, and so smugly self-superior it made Naruto want to smack him silly. And when Sakura threw herself at him, Naruto just wanted to scream at the indignity of it all. But he couldn't let Sasuke go unavenged. The bastard had been part of his team, and, as depressing as it sounds, one of the few people he might have been able to call friend. At the same time, though, while he knew that Haku was the enemy, Naruto honestly didn't want to kill him. Haku had shown him kindness, and while it had only been brief and a bit embarrassing considering his confusion over the extremely girly-looking boy's gender, he'd still been one of the few people that Naruto had met that listened to his dream and expressed kindness and friendship, rather than scorn or contempt. "Why did you stop?" Haku asked, looking at Naruto, struggling to stand as the other boy shook with outrage and sadness. "I killed your precious friend, yet you can't kill me." Naruto glanced over to Sasuke's body, where it lay riddled with needles, and was filled with a new burst of killing intent as he quivered with rage. Sasuke might have been a vengeance-obsessed egomaniac with bad hair, but he was his friend, part of his team, and those who don't look out for their comrades are lower than trash. "Damn it!" Naruto roared as he completed his blow, sending the older ninja flying to the ground in a spray of blood. "What happened to your intensity?" Haku asked as he pulled himself to his feet, dazed by the blow but still able to stand. "You can't finish me off acting like this." Naruto winced. As badly as he wanted to avenge Sasuke, that's exactly where he didn't want to go. While he was willing to kill, he had no desire to do so, especially not against a helpless foe. He couldn't help but remember the words the other boy had told him in the forest. "Do you have an important person? I want to protect my important person to help his dreams come true. That is my dream." He didn't want to do this. Seeing his hesitation, Haku slowly wiped the blood off of his chin. There are people who make this mistake of not killing their enemies because of pity, just letting them leave with their lives. "Can't you understand?" Haku asked, looking Naruto in the eyes. "Not having a dream? Not being needed by anyone? The pain of living without a purpose? Why give up your life so easily?" What was Haku going on about? No purpose? What are you talking about? "Zabuza-sama has no need for a weak ninja. You have taken my reason for existing," he replied honestly. Naruto winced as his mind once again turned back to their conversation in the woods. When a person has something precious to protect, that is when they can truly become strong. Naruto quaked with rage and screamed at the indignity of it. "Why?" he asked. "Why for a guy like that? He's a bad guy who takes money from criminals. Is that eyebrow-less freak the only person important to you?" Haku took a deep breath and looked Naruto in the eyes. "I had people very dear to me long ago. He paused. "My parents. I was born in a small, snowy village in Mizu no Kuni. I was happy. My parents were very kind people." He sighed sadly. "But when I grew up and began to learn the ways of the world, something terrible happened." Haku trailed off, leaving the statement floating. "Something terrible?" Naruto asked softly. "What happened?" Haku looked down in sadness. To see the kind of look on such a pretty face was a depressing thing, even if it was a guy's. Haku looked back up to him. "My father killed my mother, and then he tried to kill me." What?" Naruto exclaimed. "Why would he do such a thing?" "My blood," Haku all but whispered in response. "Your blood?" Naruto asked in utter confusion. "My cursed blood." Haku whispered, shame-faced. Curse blood, Naruto repeated, still confused about where Haku was going. Haku looked him in the eyes. Mizu had been going through an endless civil war, and those with advanced bloodlines came to be hated. Advanced bloodlines? Naruto asked again. Seriously, the fuck was he talking about? Kekkei Genkai. People born with special abilities like mine, he clarified, with a small sigh, making Naruto flush slightly. It wasn't his fault he didn't learn this stuff in school. Okay, it probably was, but he didn't like to admit that. Because of these abilities, Haku continued, clans with Kekkei Genkai, such as mine, were used as weapons in countless battles. As a result, these clans were held responsible for bringing war and misfortune to the country. Naruto froze as he remembered Sasuke's words. To resurrect my clan and kill a certain man. Oh yeah, he remembered something about Sasuke having a limit too, though honestly he never paid much attention when people brought the bastard up. My mother carried one of those bloodlines, Haku continued. My father found out and he killed her, and when he came for me, I was frightened and I reacted. He paused. I destroyed him with my power. Naruto grimaced. Okay, now this was just all kinds of fucked up. It was then that I thought about myself and had no choice but to realize the most painful thing possible. Most painful thing possible, Naruto wondered. What could be worse than having to kill your father after he killed your mom? That in the whole of the world, not one single person cared about me. I was a completely unwanted person. Naruto grimaced and had to look away. While the rest of it he had difficulty understanding. That was something he knew all too well, and even being reminded of it made his stomach twist. They were the same. You said you wanted to become the best ninja in your village and have everyone acknowledge your worth. Now, if someone who acknowledged you from the bottom of their heart appeared, wouldn't that someone become the most important person in the world to you? Naruto lowered his head as his thoughts turned to Iruka-sensei. On that night, when he'd learned the truth, it had been his teacher who'd pulled him from that abyss of sorrow and acknowledged his existence. Haku was right. He loved Iruka-sensei more than anyone in the world. Zabuza-sen took me in knowing I had a bloodline limit. This blood that everyone else hated, he desired it. Haku smiled as a tear ran down his cheek. I was wanted. I was so happy. Haku took a deep breath, looking lost in thought before looking back to Naruto. Naruto-kun, please kill me. There weren't words to express how much Naruto didn't want to do that. While he wanted to avenge Sasuke, he didn't want to kill Haku. He couldn't let Sasuke's death go unavenged, but he didn't want to kill anyone, especially someone who could understand all he'd gone through. Why are you hesitating? Haku asked him. Please, hurry up and kill me. Naruto growled as his own frustrations over this damnable decision came to the surface. I don't understand, he roared. Is being strong the only reason you have to live? He took a deep breath. Something other than fighting. You could have been acknowledged for something else. That day I met you in the forest, I knew you were like me. You should be able to understand. Haku sighed. I'm sorry that you will have to stain your hands. Naruto sighed. He couldn't understand why Haku was so hell-bent on death. Is this dash, he sighed. Is this the only way? Vaku no. Yes. Naruto took a deep breath and steeled his nerves. He didn't want to do this, but he could understand. If he'd lost his opportunity to become a ninja, to become Hokage, he'd probably be saying the same thing. He didn't want to live without his dream, but while he thought it was a waste, he wasn't going to force Haku to live without his. If the boy would rather die than be a failure to Zabuza, well, so be it. Haku smiled as Naruto do one of his kunai. Please fulfill your own dreams. Naruto frowned and looked back to Sasuke. He also had a dream. Naruto took a deep breath. If we'd met under different circumstances, we might have become friends. For a moment, Naruto considered charging the other boy, but he decided against it. It was bad enough that he was going to kill. He didn't want to feel the sickening feeling of his blade cutting through flesh. This was already going to haunt his dreams. He didn't want to make it any worse. Thank you. Haku said as Naruto drew his hand back to throw the blade. Taking a deep breath, Naruto released the blade. While he normally wasn't the best shot in the academy, you'd have to be a real screw-up to miss a stationary target at this range. As the blade approached, Haku's eyes opened wide, and he deflected the kunai, saying, "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I can't die yet." Naruto was filled with a flash of anger as the other boy began to form seals to pull off some kind of jutsu. It didn't work like that. You can't just say, "Kill me," then go time out. Where was Sasuke's fucking timeout? A blur of red and rage. Naruto closed the distance between the two in the blink of an eye. Literally roaring with rage, Naruto punched Haku in the stomach with a vicious uppercut. The force of the blow sent Haku flying into the air like a rag doll. Naruto growled and pulled back as the other boy hit the ground. Pitifully, Haku rolled over and began to vomit up blood and bile. With his killing intent clearly visible on his face, Naruto walked over and kicked Haku in the side hard enough to send him sprawling. "There are no timeouts," Naruto roared. "You're either dead or you're not. You can't just demand that I kill you and then say, 'Hold on a second.'" "No, Haku vispirit. It can't be Dash." Naruto sneered. "What? Now you want to live?" "No." Haku whimpered as he unsteadily rose to his feet. The look on his face was desperate and frantic. "Please no Dash." Naruto backed off. "Okay, what the hell?" First Haku was going on and on about how life without your dream was meaningless, and now he wanted to live so badly? Fine. He'd let Kakashi-sensei handle this. He didn't want to fucking do it anyways. Naruto blinked in confusion as Haku stumbled to his feet and pushed past him, holding his stomach as he lumbered like a drunk into the vanishing mists. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he followed him, wondering what the hell was going on. It was then that he saw it. Sasuke's death had been tragic, but it had been clean and probably painless. This, on the other hand, was well neither. Across the bridge, Kakashi-sensei was standing across from Zabuza, his arm buried up to his elbow in the Nukanin's chest. Naruto fought back bile at the revolting sight, while Haku released a deafening, girlish scream. Glancing over, Kakashi simply withdrew his arm from his foe's body with a wet pop. Once again, Naruto fought the urge to vomit as he heard the sickening suction sound and saw all that blood come rushing out of the large hole in his torso. Yeah, Zabuza sure as hell wasn't getting back up this time. "Zabuza-san," Haku cried out as he stumbled towards the body. For the first time, Naruto heard true anguish in his voice. "I failed you. I was weak. It should have been me. It should have been me." The dying Nukanin smiled under his mask and weakly brought his hand up to touch Haku's cheek as the boy collapsed to his knees next to him. "No, Haku, you were a powerful instrument, but sometimes that's just not enough." "But I failed Dash." Don't blame yourself, Haku. We're ninja. Eventually we all have our bad day, and I guess that today it was mine." He choked. "Haku, I have one last command." "Anything," he exclaimed as he grabbed the other ninja's hand. "Don't throw your life away trying to avenge me." He coughed again, his mask slowly turning red from his own blood. "Find your own dream, or find someone worthy and serve them as you serve me." "I will," Haku whispered. He smiled under his mask. "Good. Never had any kids, so I guess that makes you my legacy." Zabuza started to shake, racked with coughing as blood sputtered from his mouth. Just moments from death, he reaches up and grabbed Haku's arm tightly, a savage smile showing blood-stained teeth. "Never said this, but should have. You were like a..." Coughed savagely, his words lost as his body struggled to hold onto that last moment of life. "To me. I love you, kid. Goodbye. Otto." He said nothing else. His hand relaxed and slowly slipped and fell from Haku's arm as the life faded from his eyes. Haku screamed in torment before hugging the body closely, tears streaming down his face. Naruto watched sadly until Kakashi placed his hand, the one that wasn't covered in gore, thanked the kami, on his shoulder. "Give him some space. It's not easy losing someone close." Naruto looked up to his teacher sadly. Sasuke. He dashed. Naruto looked down. He's dead. What? Kakashi whispered. The Jonin's hand tightened, and he glared at the crying boy for a moment, radiating pure killer intent before he sighed, and looked at Naruto with sadness in his one visible eye. Then I guess this was a bad day for everyone. Speak for yourself, ninja. All eyes turned to see Gato standing at the end of the bridge, clapping his hands in glee. Behind him stood a small army of thugs, their weapons at the ready, and obviously looking to do some damage. I must say things went off far better than I could have possibly imagined. Zabuza has worn you all down wonderfully and had the decency to die by your hands and save me the trouble. I must say this day couldn't be any better. What? Haku exclaimed as he pulled himself to his feet, his physical injuries monumentally overcome by the same sort of shock and rage that Naruto himself had been feeling only moments before. I never intended to pay you, stupid boy. Gato laughed. He was nothing more than a tool. He was useful for a time, but when that time is up, you simply dispose of the tool and get a new one. That is why you Nukenin are so much more useful than village ninja. No one minds when you throw them out. Haku seethed in rage. Zabuza-san was not a tool. He had a dream. He dashed. Gato scoffed contemptuously, cutting him off. I don't care about the worthless dreams of a worthless man. I dash. With a growl of fury, Haku flicked his wrist and silenced Gato permanently. The short crime lord fell backwards with his mouth open in mid-sentence, a sunbond piercing the weak flesh of his throat and embedding itself in the fat man's brainstem, killing him instantly. You will not make light of Zabuza-san's memory, he roared, shaking with anger. Hey, exclaimed one of the thugs. You killed our meal ticket. Yeah, added another. You guys are dead. We're going to pillage this town and take everything of value. Just remember, lads, rape, pillage, then burn. Make sure not to mix it up. Haku looked at the opposing force with steel in his eyes and drew his senbon. The temperature began to drop, and snow began to fall from the sky. A severe wind blew across the bridge, chilling everyone to the bone. Haku fell into a fighting stance and glared at the enemy. But just a moment later, the temperature returned to normal. The snow stopped, and Haku fell backwards, only just being caught by Naruto as his needles jingled across the ground. This is awkward, he admitted. Naruto-kun, I am sorry, but it appears that I no longer have the strength to continue. He smiled at Naruto. There is no need for you to grieve. Your friend is alive. The technique I used only gives the appearance of death. He began to fade, but then shook his head and looked Naruto dead in the eyes. You have the strength I didn't have, Naruto-kun. Fight and protect your precious people and make them acknowledge you. Haku said as he allowed himself to slip into unconsciousness in Naruto's arms. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Sakura holding Sasuke. The bastard was out of the fight, but according to Haku, he wasn't really dead. Naruto smiled, and slowly he lowered the other boy to the ground. Sasuke was alive. He hadn't had to kill Haku, and Haku was right. All that stood between him and his acknowledgement was this army of second-rate killers and low-rank cutthroats. Naruto smirked as he felt his second wind come on. He almost pitied the poor bastards. Almost. All right, you chumps, listen up, he roared, jumping to the mouth of the bridge. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to kick your asses. Smiling like a maniac, he formed the trademark cross seal of his favorite technique. Daihu Gakebun Sin no Jutsu. 1. Kakashi took a deep breath as he entered Tezuna's house. Thank the kami he hadn't missed dinner. While he enjoyed the benefits of rank, he really hated getting stuck with all the damn paperwork. Just to make matters worse, he had to spend several hours putting up with the local constabulary while they dealt with what was left of Gato's mooks. After that was all done and over with, he'd picked up his little care package and called it a night. Despite all the after-action bullshit, today had been very interesting to say the least. He'd killed a damned near-legendary Nukenin. It seemed as if a member of a powerful lost bloodline was probably returning with them to Konoha, and Naruto defeated an entire army of bandits with only a minimal amount of assistance. Around the table, all three of his genin were sitting with Tezuna's family. He'd have to ask where that ice kid, Haku, had run off to. From the look of things, Naruto was very close to abusing their hospitality, what considering the massive pile of rice bowls sitting beside him. That said, Kakashi couldn't care less. The fact remained that Tezuna had knowingly listed a Class A bodyguard mission as a Class C escort mission. Taking that into account, well, the kid could abuse their hospitality all he damned well pleased. Besides, after saving the daughter and grandkid from a kidnapping attempt, defeating an enemy Nin with a powerful bloodline, then following it up by running off a horde of bandits with a veritable clone army, he could probably use the meal. Kakashi chuckled. Huh, that idiot old drunk was lucky that he didn't work his charms on his pretty little daughter and find a little bit of Aika paradise of his own. Looking back to the table, he couldn't help but shake his head. Naruto. He hadn't been too impressed by the boy at first, but damn, he really was his parents' son. He knew that the kid knew the Kage Bunshin, but he hadn't expected him to be able to summon several hundred of the damn things. He'd barely had to lift a finger. The kid just swarmed forward and stomped the crap out of the bandits through sheer weight of numbers. When the townspeople had shown up ready to defend their homes from the higher marauders, they hadn't needed to do much more than mop up. He sighed and looked at the bag in his hand. That was why he'd gone out. He was also proud of Sasuke. While he hadn't performed as well as Naruto in the battle, he had shown that he was willing to give everything he had, even his life, to protect his teammates. He'd also managed to unlock his Sharingan, which in itself was no small accomplishment. Having the ability himself, Kakashi knew that the boy's skill would increase exponentially from here on out. Sakura had mastered tree climbing first, without a doubt had the best chakra control, and had defended the old man as ordered, but when compared to the accomplishments of his other students, her performance was depressingly underwhelming. Next time, he'd have to make sure to get her a chance to show her stuff. He also had to admit that while he was still angry at the boy, Haku was highly capable. He'd managed to dominate both the last Uchiha and the Yondame's legacy, with it only being Naruto's use of the Kyuubi no Kitsune chakra that allowed him to wear the older boy down and defeat him through sheer brute force. Kid was also a decent Mednin. Once he'd regained consciousness, he'd immediately volunteer to take care of everyone's wounds. He hadn't used any jutsu, but considering his state of borderline chakra exhaustion, that wasn't very surprising. Naruto-kun, Kakashi said, "We need to talk for a moment." The boy nodded and stood up, a wide smile on his face. "Yeah, Kakashi-sensei?" "Where's Haku?" Kakashi asked. He hoped the boy hadn't run off. If they could convince the boy to come to Konoha, he'd bring both the hidden mist techniques he'd learned from Zabuza and his powerful bloodline limit with him. "Oh, he's taking a bath," Naruto replied. Kakashi nodded. That was understandable. From the look of things, Naruto had really put the kid through the ringer. A hot bath always helps soothe bruising. Looking back to the boy, he said, "Naruto, walk with me." "Yes, sensei." Kakashi walked the two of them out of earshot of the others and turned to him. "I just got back from the constabulary." Naruto blinked in confusion. Okay." Kakashi placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Here comes the hard part, the part that more than any separates the ninja from the nobodies. Naruto, I believe that you should know 12 of the men you fought today didn't survive the battle." Kakashi decided not to mention the other 30 not expected to survive the night. He'd had enough to think about. Besides, they were going to hang a lot of them in the morning, so it wasn't like it actually mattered. The boy sucked in a deep breath and lowered his head, his normally cheerful demeanor vanishing in an instant. Your first kill is always the hardest, and to make matters worse, it was the rare ninja whose first kill was actually his first dozen. "So, you didn't realize?" he asked. Naruto shook his head. "I was trying not to kill anyone but Dash. But when you're dealing with a large, dense group of enemies, you don't have time to watch your blows, and it's easy to get lost in the fog of battle." Naruto simply nodded. How do you feel, Naruto? The boy paused and looked back up to him. His eyes were sad, but they were determined. I'm sorry that they're dead, but they wanted to kill my friends and destroy the city. He paused. That's why I became a ninja, to protect people. Kakashi smiled under his mask and gave the boy's shoulder a squeeze. You pass, Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked. What? The blooding. The last test, he replied. I'm sure you've heard 1,000 times in the academy that we ninja deal in death, but most people don't understand it until they've actually been forced to take a life. Some can't handle the responsibility, but you can. He tapped him on the forehead protector. Now you're a real Konoha shinobi. The boy smiled sadly. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi slowly lifted the bag in his hand and gave it to Naruto. Now, I'm sorry that this isn't the best quality, but it's the best I could find around here. Naruto blinked as he pulled the bottle of mid-grade sake from the bag. Sake? Kakashi nodded. Yeah, I've found that sometimes the only thing you can do is accept that you can't change the past and forget your worries with a good, stiff drink. What he didn't mention was that if the alcohol didn't make you forget, the hangover in the morning would. Naruto looked down at the bottle and nodded. I think I'll go take a bath. Maybe Haku could use a drink too. Kakashi laughed. That's the spirit, kid. You'd be surprised how many lifelong friendships start drunk and miserable. Naruto rolled his eyes and walked off holding the bottle. Kakashi smiled and crossed his arms proudly. Kid was going to do just fine. Minato Senesi, Kushin and Izan, you'd both be very proud. 1-1. Naruto sighed as he threw his clothes into the basket beside Haku's. He was tired and felt a bit depressed. He hadn't meant to kill those guys, but it wasn't like he had too much of a choice. They were going to kill his precious people, then do unspeakable things to the innocent people in the town. Wasn't that why he wanted to become Hokage? Not just so people would acknowledge him, but so he could protect everyone and prove himself? He never expected to become Hokage without having to hurt, having to kill anyone, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon. He sighed and pulled off the top of the bottle Kakashi-sensei gave him. At least it hadn't been Haku. While he could accept killing an enemy who wanted to hurt his friends or innocent people in battle, just the idea of killing someone who wasn't even fighting back made him want to hurl. It felt way too much like murder. With a sigh, Naruto took a deep drag of the bottle and winced as it burned like fire going down. He had a feeling that most first-time drinkers would have probably been unable to deal with the sensation without spitting out the first mouthful. But for someone who was used to drinking his milk extra chunky, it wasn't much of a problem. If he could keep that down, cheap sake was hardly a problem. Naruto opened the door, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath to savor the steam. Nothing clears the nasal passages like steam, though after that first swig, he had to admit that strong alcohol came in a close second. He opened his eyes in curiosity as he heard a splash, which drew him out of his moment of revelry. Haku was sitting on the far end of the bath, neck deep in water. There was a slight flush on his face, which made Naruto wonder if the other boy had been in the water a bit too long. Hey, Naruto said a bit more chipper than he'd intended. He laughed inside. Maybe he was already starting to work. Absently, Naruto grabbed a bucket of cold water and sighed. He always hated his part. Fighting back a curse, he dumped it over his head and began to scrub as quickly as possible. He always hated cold water. This was double true since that time, when he was 10, that the hot water heater keeled over in the middle of winter. Now that had really sucked. It even sucked harder when the pipes froze right after. He'd been forced to bathe and wash his clothes in the river for a week before the ANBU reported it to Sandame Gigi. Old man had been pretty ticked off. Still, as a result, he had no love of cold water. Naruto-kun, Haku said carefully, I didn't expect you to take a bath so soon. Naruto shrugged, fighting back a shiver as he scrubbed himself clean as quickly as possible. After today, I felt like one would be a good idea. Know what I mean? Besides, we're both guys, so it's not like we'll see anything we haven't seen before. Right, Haku said slowly. We're both guys here. After a moment, Naruto judged himself clean enough and dumped another bucket over his head to rinse off. Yeah, That would do. He stood up and took another swig of sake. You know, this stuff wasn't so bad once he got used to it. With a deep sigh of contentment, he settled into the water across from Haku. After all the fighting he'd done today, the bath was heavenly. Even with his quick recovery time, he still felt like an overworked pincushion, but a nice hot bath would make everything right with the world. Naruto, where did you get that bottle? Haku asked, warily looking at the aforementioned hooch. Found out some bad news, Naruto replied. I killed some of those guys on the bridge. Kakashi-sensei gave it to me, said it might help. He paused and glanced over at the other boy before holding it out to him. Here. Haku kurunet. Zabuza-sen told me that getting drunk makes you vulnerable and that ninja cannot afford such weakness. The boy paused and lowered his head, sadly sinking even deeper into the water at the mention of his late precious person. Naruto smiled to the other boy and held the bottle out again. Kakashi-sensei said that sometimes the only thing you can do is accept that you can't change the past, and sometimes a good, stiff drink will help you forget about your worries for a while. The other boy paused for a moment before snatching the bottle out of Naruto's hand and drinking with a gusto that made Naruto wonder if he was going to get it back. Absently, he also noted how dainty and delicate the other boy's arms were. While they looked pretty on a girl, on a guy they were just downright creepy. Hey, I'll share it, but you can't have the whole thing, Naruto exclaimed as he snatched the bottle back. Haku simply glared in response. Naruto wilted under the dirty look and lowered his head. You probably hate us, don't you? No, Haku replied. You did your duty as ninja. There could never have been any other way. While your sensei struck the killing blow, and you prevented me from giving my life in place of his, it was Gado's dishonorable intentions that caused his death, and he's already paid for his disrespect. Naruto nodded and took another swig. Yeah, I guess so. So what are you going to do now? Haku paused for a moment, then snatched the bottle back, a sad look on his face. I have no idea. He took another long swig. Once again, I am an unwanted person. Hey, Naruto exclaimed, snatching the bottle back. You aren't an unwanted person. Haku growled and leaned forward, locking eyes with Naruto. My precious person is dead. He's the only person who gave a damn about me in the world, and now he's gone. No one else cares if I live or die. Naruto took another dose of liquid courage and glared at the other boy. That's not true. Ikare. I don't care if you were my enemy, and I'm glad you're not dead, because now we can become friends. Haku blinked. Friends? Yeah, Naruto exclaimed. Friends. I have lots of friends. Sakura-chan, Kononoken, Irika-sensei, Hokage, the Ikaruka's hell, even Sasuke, though don't tell him I said that because he's a dick. Haku smiled thinly and took the bottle back, taking a thin sip. Then you are most fortunate, Naruto-kun, to have so many people who acknowledge you. Naruto snatched the bottle back and looked Haku in the eyes. Yeah, I know. And if you gave him half a chance, I bet they'd become your friends, you too. Haku's features softened. Are you serious? Naruto nodded with a grin on his face. Serious as a bowl of ramen. Haku blinked. How is a bowl of ramen serious? You seriously better not get in between me and it, because you might get hurt. Haku laughed and took the bottle back. So, you really want to be my friend? Really? Honestly? Yeah, I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. Haku took a sip and nodded. Thank you, Naruto. He paused. You said your dream was to become Hokage, right? To protect everyone in your village and make them acknowledge your strength. Naruto nodded. Yep, Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage and protector of the village that's supposed to be hidden in the leaves, but is really just sitting in the middle of a big damn forest with lots of roads running in all directions. Haku smiled. You are a very special person, Naruto-kun. Zabuza told me to find a worthy person and help them find their dream. I'd like to help you find yours. Well, not find, cause you already found it, but to achieve it. Naruto beamed. Thanks, Haku. Let's go train. He tried to stand, but his footing was questionable and his balance was unsure, causing him to fall back into the bathtub. Haku giggled in a girlish manner and offered the bottle back to him. I think you're drunk. Naruto nodded. Yeah. He took another swig. I drink so too. Haku longed. Don't you mean I think so? Naruto shrugged. That's what I said. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Haku laughed again. You've a very strange boy. You know that Naruto-kun? Hey, who are you calling strange? Naruto mock glared. You want to talk, girly boy. I'm not a girly boy. Haku frowned, still neck deep in water as he tried to reach out for the bottle. Gimme that. Kakashi-sensei gave it to me. Naruto snorted. And you are too a girly boy. I am not a girly boy. Haku exclaimed again. You are too. You're girly, so you're a girly boy. I'm girly because I'm a girl. Haku crowed. Now gimme that bottle. Don't expect me to fall for that one again, Haku. But I really am a girl. Or not, Naruto exclaimed. Am too. Haku countered. Or not. Am too. Naruto grinned. Am too. Or not. Haku paused in surprise as Naruto laughed. See, even you agree with me. I am. I really am a girl. Haku protested. Naturo laughed. Yeah, prove it, and I'll even give you the bottle back. You asked for it. Haku sneered before standing up. Naruto's eyes almost burst from his head as he took in Haku's definitely 100% female, water-glistening, naked form. As the creator of the Oiroke, no Jutsu Naruto liked to see himself as a bit of an expert in female anatomy, and the anatomy before him was very, very female. Suddenly he realized that he'd spent the past, who knows how long, sitting in a bath with a hot older girl getting sloshed, and after much careful internal debate, he eloquently managed to put his thoughts into words. How the hell did you hide those? Naruto exclaimed as he stared at a pair of rosy-capped breasts that were well more than a handful and seemed to redefine the word perky. Loose, heavy shirts, and a minor genjutsu seal woven into my breast bindings. Sealing is truly a powerful art, he breathed in awe. Haku, so I've noticed, now gimme that bottle. Haku lunged for the bottle, but like Naruto, her normally exceptional sense of balance had been disrupted by the sake, and she ended up slipping forward and fell on top of the younger male. Naruto gagged as he dropped the sake bottle to the side, letting what little liquid remained within run out onto the tiles. But all was forgotten as he felt the warm and inviting feeling of Haku's body pressed against his. With his inhibitions in a state of glorious absence, he did the only thing natural. He kissed her, also being inebriated state. Haku showed her appreciation for the idea by returning it with a desperate fervor. Both of them swept away in sensations they'd never felt before. 111. Sasuke groaned as he threw his shirt into the clothes basket. He felt like hell. He didn't think there was a single part of his body that hadn't been filled with needles, and his nerves were still throbbing thanks to the death-faking paralysis technique. If being dead felt anything like what Haku had done to him, he was half tempted to forget about his brother and go looking for immortality because that had really sucked. Though maybe he could do both. After all, Itachi would be screwed in a fight against someone who couldn't die. He chucked to himself in amusement. That would be cool, but it was also highly unrealistic. He had to keep his head straight about this one. He already knew what he had to do. He had to unlock the full power of his Sharingan. Only then would he be strong enough to defeat that man and avenge his clan. Of course, you couldn't avenge anyone if you were dead, so he had to wonder why he'd taken that hit for the dobe. It just made no sense. He'd just seen it coming and reacted on instinct. Did this mean that Naruto was his best friend? Did that mean he had to kill Naruto in order to become strong enough to kill his brother? He shook his head. That wouldn't be easy. While Naruto wasn't quite as pathetic as he looked, for some reason Sasuke had doubts to his own ability to kill the other boy. Was it because of the hidden power within him? Or was it something else, like his own deep-rooted unwillingness to kill the idiot? Moving his mind to another subject, he was glad that Haku Kid was still alive. While he was still pissed about almost being killed, he was smart enough not to take it too personally. Besides, while he wasn't able to duplicate the other boy's bloodline-based abilities, much of his combat prowess seemed to be due to his unique form of taijutsu. He hoped he'd stay around for a while because he had no doubt that once he'd watched the other boy for long enough, he'd be able to copy it. Now, while he doubted it would make him powerful enough to defeat Itachi, he knew that it could at least give him a few tricks that man wouldn't be expecting. Yeah, he'd definitely have to talk to the other boy about sparring so he could learn some of his techniques. With a smile, Sasuke opened the door. That expression was instantly replaced by wide-eyed, open-mouthed shock. Naruto and Haku were in the bath, and they were making out. There were two guys making out in the bath. That girly boy he could expect. After all, for a man to be that girly, he had to be a little limp-wristed by nature. But Naruto? That didn't make any sense. He gasped. Or it did it. Suddenly it all made sense, the kind of sense that made Sasuke's blood freeze in his veins. Naruto was gay. Naruto liked him. That accidental kiss wasn't so accidental. The reason he stalked Sakura, it wasn't because he liked the pink-haired girl, it was because she liked Sasuke and he tolerated her. Sakura was Naruto's beard, and he was using her to get close to him. Their entire rivalry, it was because the dead last loser just wanted to be close to him. Hell, he bet the twisted little freak got off every time he hit him in a sparring match. A chill went up his spine as he remembered that they'd bathed together several times over the duration of this mission. He felt dirty. He felt defiled. He felt a deep concern for his anal virginity. Almost hyperventilating, Sasuke stumbled back and gripped the door to steady himself. He almost cursed as the door rattled, doubtlessly bringing the attention of both the queers in the bathtub upon him. Sasuke gulped as he filled with fear. He'd been hoping to simply slip away, but now that they were busted, what would they do? Would they hold him down and do unspeakably gay things to him in order to force his silence with shame, or would they just accept that the cat is out of the bag and come clean? Honestly, he didn't intend to be around to find out. Sasuke turned around and slid the door shut as fast as it would go and grabbed a yukata off a hook. Taking only enough time to cover himself, he ran for help like his ass depended on it, because it just might. Kakashi-sensei. 1-to-1, 1-to-1. Kakashi sighed as he placed his chopsticks back onto the table and turned to his uncharacteristically frantic and apparently naked genin. On one hand, he was annoyed. After all, he just managed to sit down to enjoy a very well-deserved meal. On the other, he was wondering what in the world could make the otherwise implacable Uchiha Sasuke freak out this badly. He was also amused. His other genin was blushing brightly, virtually paralyzed with shock, while a small trickle of blood made its way down her left nostril. Oh yeah, he had no idea what was going on, but they were never going to live this down. He makes sure of it. What is it, Sasuke, and why are you running around without pants? Kakashi asked bluntly. Haku and Naruto are in the bath together, he exclaimed, jumping around in place. Behind Kakashi, Sakura fell over backwards, in a near catatonic state, a silly grin pasted across her features, and the blood from her nose now flowing freely. All of Sasuke's jumping around must have given her a look at his junk. He looked over and shook his head. Girl had it bad. Well, that or she was into yaoi. Personally, Kakashi prayed that it was the former. Looking back to Sasuke, he suddenly wondered what was wrong with the kid. Communal bathing was in no way something to freak out about. It was a proud part of their culture, after all. Was he really that sheltered? Hell, hadn't he shared a bath with Naruto already? Okay, what was he leaving out? And how exactly is this an excuse for you running around hanging free and making a fool of yourself? Kakashi asked bluntly. They were making out, Sasuke exclaimed. Kakashi jumped to his feet. Okay, what the fuck? While he didn't disbelieve Sasuke, he knew something had to be up. He'd given Naruto that booze, and the kid said he'd be sharing it with Haku. So maybe they were both drunk, maybe experimenting. A lot of guys did that, though most never spoke of it. Hell, maybe Haku actually was a girl who tried to pass as a guy. A lot of girls did it, and he didn't think a guy could be that pretty. Hell, maybe the Uchiha had just seen something that just looked kind of questionable, made the wrong assumption, and let his mind fill in all the blanks, coming to a worst-case scenario. Not that there was anything wrong with being gay, but with the way Naruto all but stalked Sakura and that wondrous Oiroke no jutsus of his, it didn't seem very likely. Besides, the son of Namikaze Minato, the man who gave him his first stash of porn mags, gay? On that day, he'd eat his own mask. Mind you, he strongly suspected that his first stash was in fact Minato-sensei's private collection, and was actually given to him in order to protect Sensei's own ass from the wrath of his then-girlfriend, Konoha's very own red-hot habanero, or blood-stained hurricane if you were from Mist, Kushina, Uzumaki. Why Minato-sensei just didn't hide it all in a sealing scroll, he doubted he would ever know. "Come on," Kakashi said in annoyance. "Let's see what's going on." "It's obvious what's going on, Sensei," Sasuke replied. "Naruto's gay, and he's using his membership in this team to try and get a piece of my ass. Well, I'm not going to stand for it. I like girls, damn it." Kakashi simply glanced at the boy and smirked. "Do I mess with his head, or don't I?" Kakashi smiled under his mask. "Do. With the way you ignore Sakura, I have my doubts, kiddo." Sasuke flushed brightly and glared at his sensei. "I have a man to kill. I cannot afford any distractions." "Your clan isn't going to rebuild itself, you know," Kakashi replied, honestly enjoying yanking on the kid's chain. Sasuke frowned. "I can do that after I've avenged my clan." Kakashi shrugged. "And here I thought you'd want to rebuild your clan first, if only to make sure that if something happened to you, your lineage isn't lost." Sasuke turned about, glaring him in the eye. You dash," he paused. "You have a point. And that's why I'm the Jonin instructor, and you're the cute little genin." Sasuke blushed and lowered his head. Well, for once he got the little genius to back down. Big shocker, that. With a smile under his mask, Kakashi slid open the door to the Furo and walked in. Walking past the baskets of clothing, his highly trained senses spotted a flash of color among Haku's clothing. Ah, he knew it. Suddenly things fell into place, and he couldn't help but smile. Oh, this was going to be so much fun. With a flourish, he opened the inner door and stepped inside. Naruto was well on his way to third base with Haku, who, if those luscious breasts that Naruto was groping were any indication, was most definitely of the female persuasion. He had to admit that the girl was pretty hot, and he was half tempted to let the boy have his fun, but it was his duty as Naruto's instructor to humiliate him at every opportunity. Besides, he wanted to take a bath too, and he wasn't going to clean the damn thing out after two people got done fucking it in. "Sasuke, that's a girl," he said loudly, in his best kindergarten teacher voice, attracting the attention of the two drunken kids in the tub. Naruto just sat dumbfounded in place while Haku eked and ducked under the water to preserve what little feminine modesty she had already thrown to the wind. "See," Kakashi continued in his lecture voice, "those are boobies. Only girls have boobies. Boobies, can you say boobies? I know that you can." He looked at Sasuke expectantly. Sasuke glared. Kakashi smiled and cleared his throat. Sasuke flushed and, averting his eyes, growled out, "Boobies." "Good boy," Kakashi exclaimed as if he were praising a small child. "Now, apologize for telling everyone Naruto was making out with a guy." Sasuke stood in place with a furious blush on his face, and then, after a long moment, muttered out a very sad sorry. Kakashi frowned. "That'll do. Now what lesson have you learned today, my student?" Sasuke sighed. "Never base a conclusion off of assumed truths. Always confirm your information." Kakashi nodded proudly. "Very good. You may go." To his great amusement, Sasuke bolted out the door like someone had lit his ass on fire. Turning back to Naruto, he crossed his arms. "Other people need to use this bath, and I'm not going to clean it after you've had your fun. Out of the tub, both of you." Naruto, slowly and unsure, climbed out, with a look on his face like someone had just strangled his puppy, which, considering where Haku's hands had been, she just might have been doing. Haku, on the other hand, stayed crouched and glared at him. "Once you leave, pervert," she snapped. She didn't want to flash him. Fair enough. As Naruto walked to the door, Kakashi patted him on the back with one hand, winked, and gave him a thumbs up with the other. "Making out with the hot older girl in the tub. Eh? I have to give you at least 100 man points for this one, kid." Haku groaned in agony as she opened her eyes. The light was blinding, and it felt like her eyes were being burned out of their sockets. If there was a hell, it must be a hangover, because she could easily see this as a punishment for all of her life sins, both real and imagined. Slowly, warily, she turned over and attempted to pull her pillow over her head to make it stop. She just wanted to go back to sleep and pretend the day before was just some horrible nightmare. Unfortunately, she was already conscious and getting more and more awake as the seconds passed. Pity that. She hurt. There was no other way to describe it. There was no part of her body that didn't ache. From her head to her toes, she felt like she'd been beaten with clubs. While he'd only struck her a couple of times, Naruto's strength had been truly monstrous, and her landings far from graceful. Her hangover only added to her pain by providing a new form of unpleasantness she'd never before experienced and hoped to never experience again. Her state of near chakra exhaustion only added to her troubles, leaving her feeling like her body was made of lead. While not unknown to her, this degree of chakra fatigue was something she rarely experienced. Her techniques were too powerful and her reserves too deep. It was rare for her to ever get pushed anywhere near this far. The worst, though, was the pain in her heart. She would never be able to forget what happened on that bridge. Thanks to her weariness, fatigue, and hangover, her recollection of the previous day's events was not what it should be. To her, the battle registered as a chaotic mass of memories, memories of melancholy, pain, loss, and rage. In quick succession, she'd lost her dream, her father, and her innocence. While she'd killed before, it had never been driven by the desire to end the life of another. She'd never taken any pleasure in the idea of killing, and had always avoided unnecessary bloodshed. She hated seeing people suffer needlessly. She shook her head. Ironic, considering that she was formerly the tool of the Demon of the Mist, who was famed for using carnage as a weapon. This time, though, she'd only had one thing in mind when she acted. She wanted to destroy him. And she did. And she enjoyed it. This disgusted her. But at the same time, she found it difficult to care. Gato deserved it. He was a vile creature whose duplicity and selfishness had led to Zabuza-san's death. While he hadn't delivered the killing blow, this entire debacle was his responsibility. Satisfaction was to be expected. Killing him had simply been the act of avenging her master. She paused. No, not master. Her father. Before he died, Zabuza had said, or at least tried to say, that she was like a daughter to him. He told her the one thing that she'd wanted to hear from him her entire life. That he loved her. He called her his legacy. In that act, he'd given her the most precious of gifts. He'd made her more than an extension of his will. He'd declared to her that she was his precious person. She was his child, his apprentice, no longer his tool. She was his heir, and through her, his memory would continue to live on. Even in her pain, this brought her comfort. For that brief moment, she saw the love in his eyes, and it filled a void she never knew existed. For that moment, he valued her for her and not for her blood. In that moment, she'd gone beyond being useful to being cherished. A small smile came to her face, and she hugged herself, desperately trying to hold on to that precious moment where they were no longer weapon and master, but father and child. Haku blinked as she felt a squishy sensation under her robe. She looked down and saw that her breasts unbound, covered only by a thin yukata that only just managed to preserve her feminine modesty. Her eyes went wide with horror. Oh no, what had she done? If there was one thing that Zabuza had grilled into her with almost obsessive intensity, it was that her true gender was to be kept secret for as long as possible. Under no circumstances could the fact that she was actually female could end up in the bingo books. The reason was entirely defensive. It was an unspoken fact that many hunter nin abused the amount of freedom that the nature of their profession allowed them to indulge in otherwise unspeakable acts of cruelty and sadism. Despite the existence of regulations to the contrary, many often felt free to take certain liberties with the kunoichi they were hunting before disposing of them. Of course, in Kirigikure, there wasn't even that. That monstrous bastard Yagura, while not actively encouraging it, actually condoned it, claiming that it helped encourage loyalty among the ranks. The price of defeat for a ninja was death. She knew this, she accepted this, and she knew well that the only reason she was alive now was due to the mercy of these Konoha. It was simply the way of things, but there were things worse than death. She shuddered. It made her blood run colder than the ice she so casually manipulated. To her, it was the stuff of nightmares. That was why she hid her gender. If hiding her gender was the price to pay to avoid a slow, agonizing, degrading end, it was one well paid. There was no way that this was going to be kept out of Konoha's bingo books now. And once it was in their bingo books, everyone would copy it. Even worse, without Zabuza's reputation to shield her, she had no idea that Kiri would step up their attempts. Her existence as Zabuza's accomplice wasn't widely known due to the fact that up until this point, she'd spent her life living in Zabuza's shadow, protected by his reputation and tendency not to leave survivors. She was on her own now, and once Konoha listed her, all bets were off. She felt disgusted at her own foolishness. How could she have been so stupid? She took a deep breath and tried to remember. What could have caused her to lose complete control of her senses so badly? She paused. Okay, that was a rhetorical question. The hangover made it obvious that she'd gotten drunk and done something idiotic. The question was, what had she done and how had she gotten to this point to begin with? She sat up while ignoring her pain in order to try and think. She remembered passing out due to injury and exhaustion. After that, not so much. Her head hurt too badly, and just sitting up felt like a complicated task. While she never drank to excess before, and Zabuza considered a weakness, Gozu and Meizu loved nothing more than getting themselves drunk to the point of stupidity. Then finding a couple of local harlots and dragging themselves home the next morning in a pitiful state. While she never took any pleasure in the suffering of others, she'd always thought it served them right. But now, for the first time, she actually felt a bit of empathy for the discomfort those two morons had been in. Taking a deep breath, she looked about the room, ignoring the nauseating spinning sensation. Upon seeing her clothing folded next to her futon, she fumbled in the pile to check and see if she had any senbon. As she'd expected, the ones in her clothing were gone. After all, it is not a very bright ninja who leaves a potential enemy with weapons, even if they were no longer an open threat. Unfortunately for her, though, they were rather thorough in the search. Like any kunoichi worth the title, she had her own little hiding places for weapons in case she was captured to aid her in any potential escapes. But they'd all been checked. Kakashi. She sighed. Few genin could be this thorough. It was the mark of a professional. Gritting her teeth to off the distraction caused by her hangover, she summoned her power and formed a couple of small ice senbon. Without pause, she pressed them into several acupuncture points. Within seconds, her screaming migraine reduced itself to a dull but persistent headache. While it wasn't a perfect solution, it did reduce her headache enough for her to be able to think clearly. Taking a deep breath, she focused. She remembered waking up in the bridge builder's house after the battle. She remembered tending the Konohanin's wounds and eating dinner with them. Then she decided to take a bath, then dash. She blushed. Then Naruto had walked in, and in order to conceal her gender, she hid most of her body under the water. He sat across from her, and they started to talk. He'd shared his sake with her, which explained how she'd gotten drunk. That's where everything began to fade. She crossed her legs and concentrated, ignoring her body's protest. After that, she smiled. After that, she'd opened up to him. He'd told her that she was not alone, and he'd swore his friendship to her. He declared that she was one of his precious people. He valued her existence, and she declared she'd help him accomplish his dream and become leader of his village. She smiled. That was a large oath on her part, one that she might not have made quite so swiftly without the sake, but she knew she'd still would have made it. They were very much alike. Both of them wished to become strong to protect their precious people, and by declaring that she was important to him, he became important to her as well. A look of contentment came to Haku's face as she felt a bit of the void in her spirit fill. She'd been afraid that she'd be unwanted again, but she'd already found another precious person, and Naruto's offer to introduce her to his precious people. It was almost enough to make her feel giddy. After taking a moment to bask in the warmth, she returned to trying to remember the night before. Now, what had happened next? She furrowed her brow in concentration and thought. She flushed. Then they'd started to tease each other, and she got angry and showed him she was a girl by standing up and flashing him. Then, her eyes went wide as she flushed brightly and gasped in embarrassment. Oh my! Then she fell on top of him and then started to kiss and do this, that, and the other thing. To make matters worse, their sensei and the black-haired boy walked in on them. She shook her head. Almost by this point, she was all but glowing red with humiliation. She didn't want to remember anymore. It was too embarrassing. She took a deep breath and tried to fight down her blush. How was she going to face everyone like this? She was so embarrassed. She didn't know what to say or dash. Hey, Haku-tian. With a small exclamation of surprise, Haku jumped back and spun around to face the new interloper. Biting back a groan, she grabbed her head and cursed under her breath. She'd been startled, and the momentary disruption of her concentration had been just enough to allow her sun bond to melt, giving her hangover leave to return full force. Her eyes narrowed slightly as they focused on the blonde boy in the doorway. She wanted to be mad, but the look of barely constrained joy on his face made that difficult. Seeing her presence cause such happiness in others, it made her feel valued, and that feeling was more than worth any temporary discomfort. Do you need something, Naruto-kun? Haku asked, with a slight grimace of pain on her face. I just wanted to see what you were doing, that's all, Naruto said, smiling radiantly at her. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she replied, wincing again as her brain felt like it was pulsing in her head. But could you keep your voice down? The boy blinked in slight surprise and bewilderment, but acquiesced. Huh? Oh, sure, Naruto said in a quieter but still uncomfortably loud voice. Thank you, Haku whispered hoarsely, deciding to take what she could get as she summoned a second set of ice and bond from the ambient moisture and moved to use them to dull her hangover. Seeing her about to place the ice needles into her flesh, Naruto reacted with surprising speed. Hey, what the hell are you doing that for? Naruto shouted, frantically grabbing for the needles before she could stick them into her head. Don't touch those, Haku growled, pushing him away. I have a hangover, and they help dull the pain. Oh, yeah, Sully? I didn't know you could do that, Naruto said. He didn't know that much about acupuncture or anything like that. But suppose it made sense if you could make people appear dead with needles in the right places, then why not relieve pain? She winced in both pain and frustration as she looked down at the puddle of water in her hands. The moment of distraction caused her to lose focus again. With a sigh, she summoned yet another set and carefully applied them. She sighed in slight contentment as her headache once again became manageable. This would be much easier if I didn't have to focus on them, she reflecting, plopping back on her back with her arms spread to the side, jostling her top. Naruto blushed and his eyes went wide, but he was unable to look away, gaze firmly locked on Haku's chest and the bountiful treasures that had been partially exposed from her loose top. Part of his mind told him he was a pervert, while his awakening hormones told that part to sit down and shut up and enjoy the sight of her glorious peaks that you could make out if you turned your head and looked just right. Haku met his stupid smile with a peaked eyebrow and slowly followed his gaze downwards. Her eyes went wide, and she blushed brightly as she snapped her yukata shut, while simultaneously shooting him a withering glare. Sorry, Naruto said, slapping a hand over his eyes. I'm sorry, really. He turned away for good measure. Haku saw it. It was just hard to get mad at him. For someone who'd always wanted nothing more than to be appreciated, any attention was better than none, even if it wasn't entirely innocent. Besides, he was cute when he was embarrassed. It made him difficult to stay angry with. Naruto-kun, I know you're not a pervert. She took a deep breath. Since they've already had managed to work themselves into an awkward situation, might as well take that last step and make things downright uncomfortable. After all, they need to talk about it eventually. About what happened last night. Naruto blushed harder. It. Neither of us were in our right minds. She sighed. We were both drunk and acted like fools. Naruto lowered his hand and stared at her. But Haku-chan, I wouldn't. Naruto couldn't help being confused. Last night was, well, the affection-starved boy found himself cursing his sensei for interrupting it. Haku was so soft, so warm, and how she touched him, he sighed. It was overwhelming to a boy who could probably count how many times he'd been hugged in his life on both hands. I know you wouldn't. It was nice being close to someone, even though it wasn't, she paused, looking for the correct word, appropriate. She sighed and lowered her head. By showing my secret, I've endangered myself. Naruto-kun. What? What? Naruto asked, even more confused. Haku was really strong. Stronger than he was, well, at least without using the fox's chakra at least. Why would you hide what you are? You're awesome. Naruto-kun, she asked seriously. Do you have any idea what Kiri Hunternin do to Kunoichi they capture alive before they kill them? Naruto frowned and shook his head. From Haku's tone of voice, though, it couldn't be anything good. She paused and looked at him levelly. He really couldn't be that naive, could he? You really don't, do you? No, Naruto admitted. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. In the past, Zabuza had told her many times that the ninja of Konohagakure were soft. While she would never insult them by saying it aloud, it was true. They were soft, but she believed that there was a strength in that softness. Those who hardened their hearts lacked the ability to form bonds with others, to find precious people. If Naruto was indicative of their genin, then it really was a two-edged sword. They formed bonds easily, allowing them to draw great strength from their attachments. But at the same time, they were left blind to some of the true horrors of the world. She released her breath and opened her eyes. Without the protection of a hidden village, chances are that if I am ever captured alive by Hunternin, I'll be brutally raped and then tortured to death. Naruto stared in slack-jawed horror at Haku, and then his eyes narrowed to slits, literally, as a wellspring of righteous, burning rage rose up from the depths of Naruto's heart. He hadn't known Haku for long, but she was a good person, and he'd be damned if he let anything like that happen to her. Well then, you're coming back to Konoha with us, Naruto said. His tone brooked no argument. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Haku said after a moment's reflection. But I am afraid that is neither of our decisions to make. I'm sure the old man will let you into the village. I mean, there's got to be some way to do it, Naruto said in an enthusiastic voice. Haku smiled divinely. She doubted it would be so easy, but his optimism was pleasant to be around, albeit hard on her headache. You are a very special person, Naruto-kun. Naruto blushed and grinned widely at her. Well, so are you to me. Haku flushed and smiled softly as she felt a warmth rise up from chest. Naruto-kun, were you serious when you said that I am a precious person to you? I am serious, Naruto said with complete sincerity. Totally seriously. I promise to do whatever it takes to keep you safe. And I always keep my promises, always. Databeo. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Her smile widened. And I was serious with mine. I will do all I can to help you achieve your dreams. Well then, that's all there is to it, Naruto nodded. We'll achieve our dreams together, Haku-chan. I promise. Haku smiled radiantly at the boy and looking at him with kindly. Naruto-kun, she began softly. Naruto blushed, and with his heart pounding in his chest, he reached out to take Haku's hand and looked her right in the eyes. It felt a bit cheesy, but it seemed to work in the few films he'd managed to sneak into the sea. Yes, Haku-chan. Would you please be kind enough give me a glass of water, some painkillers, and maybe some real Simban? I am in a great deal of pain right now, she stated in a matter-of-fact way. Naruto coughed and let her hand go as the moment shattered around him. Right. I'll be right back. 2. Tsunami smiled to herself as the smell of grilling fish permeated the air of her home's kitchen. For the first time since Kaisa's death, she wasn't plagued by the nagging sense of dread that had overtaken the entire country. For the first time in a long time, the country of Wave was free from Gato's tyranny. To her, this was a double relief, as it also meant that her father was no longer being targeted by Gato's thugs and ninja. She frowned slightly. Gato's ninja. There was the one sore point that threatened to ruin her relief. Last night, they brought home that cross-dressing ninja girl of Gato's. She knew ninja didn't take little things like attempted murder personally. It was just business. But she wasn't a ninja, and she'd already lost her husband to that bastard midget. How dare they try and kill her father? Really, the only reason she even let the girl into her house was because she'd felt some sympathy for her. According to the ninja, she'd just lost someone important to her, and despite her own apprehension, Tsunami had decided that it would be cruel to just throw her out into the cold to fend for herself. Of course, she'd immediately gone and spent all that good while by getting drunk in her furo and almost having her way with Naruto-kun. Oh, that girl was just lucky she'd been putting Inari to bed, because if she'd been there to see that particular bit of chaos, ninja or not, heads would have rolled. Even now, the only reason she didn't kick out that cross-dressing seductress was that she didn't want to anger Kakashi and Naruto after all they'd done for her family. Hey, Tsunami-nichan, do we have some aspirin or anything like that? I didn't find any in our first aid kits, so I gotta ask you. Tsunami almost jumped out of her skin. She hadn't heard him coming at all. How could a kid that loud move so silently? It was moments like this that reminded her that while yes, Naruto was a sweet, adorable, hyperactive boy, he was also a trained assassin. Regardless of that, he still managed to be one of the most genuinely good-natured people she'd ever met. She smiled. He was a wonderful young man. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I believe we're out. I believe you sensei already used the last of them. Then he threw her the bottle and told her to go buy more. Damn freeloader. Oh man, Naruto muttered. He shook his head and sighed. Some bonnet is, I guess. Naruto pulled out his canteen, filled it up from the tap, and started towards the door. Once he reached in, he turned around and smiled at her. Thanks, Tsunami-nichan. Tsunami frowned slightly. She could hear a weariness in his voice, and she didn't like it. Is something the matter? Naruto blinked. Oh, no. Haku-chan's just got a headache. I was just getting her some water. About that, she crossed her arms and looked at him sternly, her frown deepening into a full scowl. While I do understand that you are of that age, you will behave yourselves in this house. You are very fortunate that Inari wasn't here when your friend had his fit. That is a talk that I would like avoid for the next few years. Do you understand me, young man? Naruto blushed deeply in embarrassment and scratched the back of his head with a big, silly grin on his face. Right, Tsunami-nichan. Sorry about that. It won't happen again, promise. It better not, she replied, glaring at him. I'm sorry, he said again, visibly wilting under her gaze as he began to look down at his feet. It cut deeply to have someone he liked look at him like that. It felt like the cold stares of the villagers. I really am. Tsunami's annoyance vanished in a moment, replaced by concern. He'd save her life. He'd save her son's life. He'd save her father's life. He'd brought hope back to their entire country. He defeated Gato's minions with his own 2,000 hands. He was a hero, yet he was shrinking away from a simple glare as if it were a dagger to his throat. While she was angry with him, the boy had well earned a place in her heart. She didn't know why he was reacting like this, but she didn't like it. Her face lit up with an angelic smile as she stared down at the strange boy with an almost maternal affection. Gently, she placed her hand on his head, much like she'd do with Inari when he'd behaved inappropriately and accepted that he'd done wrong. "I accept your apology, Naruto-kun," she said in the very same voice she'd have used with her son. The effect was almost immediate. Naruto's eyes lit up with the same passion she'd come to expect of him, and his endearing smile returned, as bright as ever. "Thank you, Tsunami Nichin." "So, Hakusan has a hangover?" she asked sternly, changing the subject for the time being, withdrawing her hand and crossing her arms ever so slightly. Yes, she does," Naruto said, fidgeting. While before her stare had reminded him of the villagers, now she reminded him of Iruka-sensei when he caught him greasing the toilet seats in the facility lounge. Again, his reaction was much stronger than she'd expect. While she was not an expert in some things, she liked to at least think she at least was somewhat competent at reading others, and Naruto's was acting more like a boy Inari's age than the young teenager that she assumed him to be. She didn't like the effect, and she certainly did not like the implications. Feeling that she owed the boy a bit of explanation for her coldness on the subject, she smiled at the boy and explained, "Naruto-kun, while I do understand that you, as ninja, don't take such thing personally, she did try to kill my father, and I am not a ninja." "I know, Somane-chan, I know, but she isn't going to now, and he's not dead, and she just lost, well, her father, basically," Naruto said. It was the best analogy he could draw. She nodded but scowled slightly. "I understand that, but that girl is trouble. Getting drunk and trying to seduce you? You deserve better." Naruto flushed brightly and began to twiddle his thumbs. "Actually, that's all my fault," he admitted after a minute of studying his toes. "What?" Tsunami asked levelly. "I was the one who brought the sake into the bath." "What?" Tsunami repeated, her eyes narrowing somewhat. Hero or not, if she found out this brat was trying to take advantage of a young woman who'd just lost her father. "I didn't know she was a girl, and Kakashi-sensei gave me the sake, and he said that it helps make the pain stop and that friendships start when you drink together. And then I thought Haku might like a drink, and things just kind of happened. Databeo." He quickly explained, his words melting together in a single, barely coherent whole. Tsunami's twitching eyebrow moved into overtime as her righteous feminine rage shifted targets. First, he reads those perverted orange books in front of her little boy. Then he freeloads without even as much as a thank you. Now he sets up sweet Naruto-kun and that apparently innocent and grieving Haku girl up for this kind of embarrassment. Tsunami took a deep breath. All right, she was decided. Hitaki Kakashi must die. And if she had any realistic chance of being successful, she would have gone into his room right then and smothered him to death with a pillow. After a moment, Tsunami sighed deeply and with a shake of her head, began to collect herself. Then, without a word spoken, she began to rummage through the shelves and drawers of her kitchen, collecting a bewildering series of strange ingredients, including but not limited to raw eggs, soy sauce, beef bouillon, cold black tea, and raw wasabi from around the kitchen. Then, with practice ease, she dumped the ingredients into the blender and moments later poured the resulting viscous mass into a glass, which she then offered to Naruto. "Give her this." "What is it?" Naruto asked, wearily studying the liquid, as if he was afraid it was going to leap out of the glass and attack him. Not an entirely unreasonable reaction, really. "Hangover cure," she replied, matter-of-factly. "Tell her to pinch her nose and drink it all in one go or it won't work." "Are you sure this is even fit for human consumption?" he asked, still unsure. "Probably not," she admitted, "but it worked for my father, and he's still alive. Thanks to you." Naruto's face lit back up. "Okay, thanks, Tsunami Nichin," Naruto said, hugging the older woman a bit awkwardly. Still, it was the best way he could think of to convey his thanks. "You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Just tell her to behave herself while she's staying here. I will allow no funny business in this house." "I understand, Tsunami Nichin. Don't worry, no funny business," Naruto repeated, heading out the door. His newly awakened libido cheered on the fact that there were many ways to exploit the language. 2-2. Sakura yawned and scratched the back of her head as she walked out of the bathroom. After the last week, oh, she was so happy that she'd been given a chance to sleep in. With a smile on her face, she took in a deep breath from her nose. She immediately regretted it. "What is that stench?" she exclaimed, gagging and pinching her nose in hopes of keeping any more of the reeking odor out. "It smells like rotten feet." With a grimace on her face, she turned towards the source of the stench. And of course, without any doubt, she should have known. It was coming from Naruto. She frowned. Okay, what's he up to this time? What could have done to create such a stink? Did he shit himself or something? She resisted the urge to shake her head. Nah, he wasn't that bad. True, but he was still an idiot. And a far cry from Sasuke. Shinaro. She grinned like a shark and nodded, in complete agreement with herself. Still, she needed to see what the heck was going on. Blissfully unaware of Sakura's ongoing inner dialogue, Naruto smiled as he passed her and paused to say hello. "Oh, hey Sakura-chan." Sakura frowned at him and looked down at the glass of something in his hands. With a grimace on her face, she immediately knew that it was the origin this horrible smell. She could almost taste it. Yuck. "What is that?" "Stuff," she demanded, her disgust apparent. "It's a hangover cure for Haku-chan," Naruto replied. "How is that supposed to cure a hangover? Make him forget about it due to the smell?" Sakura scowled, crossing her arms. "And how would you know how to make a hangover cure anyways?" "I don't. Tsunami-nichan made it," Naruto said. He shrugged and scowled. "I don't know how it works, but if Tsunami-nichan says it will, then it will." Sakura blinked. "Oh." After a moment, she frowned. Sakura frowned. "So, what exactly happened last night?" Naruto blushed heavily. Well, yeah. Why do you want to know?" he asked quietly. She glared at him angrily, her eyebrow twitching freely. Really, the only reason she didn't hit him right there was she was afraid that cup of stuff would eat through the floorboards, or ever worse, get on her. "What did you do to Haku-san?" Naruto smiled nervously. Sakura was unpredictable, crazy, and violent. He had to admit that for some reason, that was part of the reason he liked her. But he didn't want Sakura to upset the cure in water he had for Haku. So he was forced to do something he was not accustomed to, making fast excuses. "Huh, nothing. I didn't do anything to her." "What makes you think I did anything with her?" He paused awkwardly and quickly amended his statement. "To her?" "Nothing. Then what was that Sasuke said about you making out with?" She paused for a moment as she rewound their conversation. "Wait a second. Her?" she exclaimed. "Haku's a girl?" "Well, yeah, she is a girl," Naruto said. He couldn't help the dopey smile that emerged on his face as he recalled just how much of a girl she really was. Sakura began to twitch madly, trying to decide how to react. She was going to kill him. That damn pervert. Poor Haku-san was upset over her father, and he tried to take advantage of her. She was going to make him wish he was never born. Bah, he was probably just being an idiot, but he didn't even know she was a girl. Heck, Naruto wouldn't know sex if you forced him to read a copy of Aiko Aika. Though he was still the pervert who created that perverted Oiroke no Jutsu. But he was a pervert who uses perversion against other perverts. When it comes to his own self, he's a total moron. For the Kami's sake, he was too dense to notice how hard Hinata had it for him, and she had it so bad it was downright creepy. Stalker creepy. She hated people like that. Yeah, but Haku's a girl? What a disappointment. Even though he's an idiot, Naruto's still pretty cute, at least when he wasn't talking. Not as cute as Sasuke. Of course not, but still cute, and Haku made a really cute guy. Just the idea of two guys that cute in the steamy bath naked, glistening bodies showing their love for each other. Yeah, that sucked, but at least she saw Sasuke's thingy. Shinaro, beat that Ino pig. Bahaha. Naruto felt a bit awkward just standing there as Sakura spaced out with that creepy smile on her face. It was like she wasn't even there. After a moment, he wove his hand in front of her face. Nada. He stepped back and grimaced. Was that drool? Yeah, Zakura-chan. You all right? Naruto asked, concerned. Oh, what? Sakura asked, snapping back to reality. What were we talking about again? Um, Naruto found that thinking was actually a very helpful thing to do. Past experience, combined with his knowledge of Sakura's personality, forced him to the conclusion that he should take a break when he saw one. Haku being a girl. Speaking of which, I need to go see her. She has a hangover and stuff. Sakura blushed and nodded. Right? You go do that. Wow. Naruto took a deep breath as he left. Thinking before I act kinda kicks ass. I'll have to do it more often. Quickly putting his crazy teammate behind him, he entered Haku's room, smiling brightly. He felt a sting of pity mixed with guilt as he saw Haku laying on her futon with her head under her pillow, moaning pitifully. She was laying on her stomach with her rear slightly in the air. Now, that was one part of her that he hadn't seen the night before, but from what he could guess through the thin robe, it was as well formed as the rest of her. He shook his head, banishing the bad thoughts. With a frown on his face, he sat down next to her. Hakutian, I'm back. I've got some water and a hangover cure, he winced. He'd gotten so mixed up with Sakura-chan, he'd forgotten to check their weapons pile for Haku-chan's needles. Now he really felt like a jerk. Regardless, he continued. Maybe she wouldn't need them. He continued, Tsunamine-chan made it. She says to pinch your nose and drink it all at once, though, otherwise it won't work. Haku turned over and looked at the glass of cure dubiously. Honestly, he couldn't blame her. Are you sure that isn't some kind of poison? Tsunamine-chan wouldn't poison you, Naruto hoped. She says it hasn't killed her dad yet, and she makes it for him all the time. Are you sure? She asked, taking the glass and looking at it with a grimace that was almost comical on such a pretty face. I think it's moving. I know it smells horrible, but I trust her, Naruto said more firmly this time. She looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Slowly, she pinched her nose and started to drink it. Her face twisted into a mask of complete suffering, but she kept chugging until it's gone. The second she was finished, though, she roughly pushed the glass into Naruto's hands and made a beeline for the restroom, holding her mouth. Naruto, alarmed, ran in behind her, ignoring Sakura's indignant sputtering as he pushed past her. Inside, he found Haku on her knees, worshipping the porcelain goddess, offering up the contents of her stomach in sacrifice to the toilet gods. Naruto was reminded of the time Ayam got really sick and he'd stayed with her and her dad for a week to help take care of her, so her father didn't have to close the restaurant. He simply stood back, held her hair, rubbed her back, and let her do what she needed to, like he'd done for Ayam when she was ill. He looked back at the door and saw Sakura on the other side. At first, she was giving him a dirty look. After all, he just followed a scrambling girl into the toilet. This was only momentary, though, as assumption quickly gave way to comprehension, and her face softened until she simply nodded to him and closed the sliding door behind them. Once she was finished heaving, Haku slowly sat on the tile floor and looked over to him. Naruto-kun, Haku said wearily, glaring at him but not particularly angry. Next time you hand me some mysterious, foul-smelling sludge and call it a cure, I'm going to force you to drink it yourself. Fair enough, Naruto said, handing her the canteen and offering to help her up. She accepted both and stumbled over to the sink, leaning over it for support. Looking in the mirror, she frowned slightly at her split lip and the black and blue bruises on her face. Naruto winced as if struck. He caused those. He hurt her, and while she was an enemy at the time, he still didn't like being responsible. Not noticing Naruto's discomfort, Haku used the canteen to wash out her mouth and grimaced, rubbing her temples. She looked back down at the canteen, then drank the rest and smiled. Looking back to Naruto, she said, I actually think it worked. Naruto's sorrow was lightened by the sound of relief in her voice. Well, see? That's great. Told ya, Naruto grinned. She scowled and grabbed her side with a wince as she stood up, no longer in pain, but still unsteady on her feet. Please, Naruto. It no longer a constant ache, but I still feel sensitive to light and sound. Naruto grimaced, once again feeling responsibility for her discomfort. "All right, Haku-chan," he replied with a nod. "Here, I'll give you a hand." Being careful not to grope her by accident, he wrapped an arm around her waist to support her as they slowly made their way out of the restroom. In the living room, Sakura frowned for a moment in internal debate, then asked, "Naruto, where's Kakashi-sensei?" "He said we could sleep in," Naruto replied. "But Tsunami-nichan's almost done breakfast, so maybe you should wake him and Sasuke up. I'm going to help Haku out." She nodded to him, and he continued on to Haku's room. Once they were inside, he closed the door, helped her lay back down on her futon, and sat nearby, feeling rather self-conscious. Hakotian," he began. He was trying to find something to say, but this thinking thing made it hard to just blurt out whatever came to mind. He was actually glad about that. Asking her if they could make out some more probably wouldn't go over well. "Yes, Naruto-kun," she asked, turning to him. He sucked in a deep breath as he looked at her. She was sitting on the futon, leaning back against the wall with her legs extended and slightly spread, dressed in a yukata that looked to be a couple sizes too large. The thin robe fell open about her breasts, not enough to flash him like before, but enough to display cleavage. The robe was riding up slightly, giving him an uninterrupted view of smooth legs and hint of creamy white thighs. "So, do you need my help with anything?" he asked, part of him hoping beyond hope that whatever she asked would involve getting naked. Haku nodded and lifted up what looked like a bandage from her clothes pile. "I'd like you to help me put on my breast bindings. With the soreness in my muscles, I find that I do not have the range of motion to put them on properly." "Sure thing, Haku-chan." Naruto grinned. So it all actually was true. There really was a god, and he did listen to our prayers. Kakashi suppressed a yawn as he stepped into the bathroom. While normally he woke up early, today he decided that everyone had earned a good night's sleep. It wasn't every day that a Genin team was able to take down a borderline S-rank Nuke-nin, potentially secured a powerful Kekkei Genkai for their village, had a team member unlock another, and then rounded it all out by effectively exterminating an entire army of bandits. Then, to make matters even more interesting, one of his cute little genin lost his innocence in battle, then followed it up by almost losing his innocence to a hot older kunoichi, a Nuke-nin whose shapely little ass he'd kicked just hours before. It brought a tear to his eye. They grow up so fast. Glancing about for a moment to make sure the coast was clear, Kakashi pulled down his mask and began to brush his teeth, letting his mind wander back to his previous train of thought. Naruto. Boy really was full of surprises. Until now, he'd had the sinking suspicion that the kid had inherited his father's hair, his mother's personality, and neither of their talent. But in this case, it seems that the biggest mouth came with the biggest set of teeth. He almost wished that Sasuke had taken his time before going for a bath. Dealing with the aftermath would have been damned annoying, but after Naruto's exemplary performance that day, he felt a just bit guilty for cock-blocking the poor kid. Kakashi was willing to admit that even he would have had a bitch of time dealing with all those bandits, at least without pulling out some of his more destructive area of effect jutsu that would have done as much damage to the bridge as to the bandits. Naruto, on the other hand, just pulled his own army out of his ass and met them head-on. He lost a couple points for style, for just charging in without a plan, but still the boy had still earned an A for awesome. He moved his toothbrush about and nodded. Thinking back to Haku, Kakashi himself had to admit that while she was a bit on the young side, he'd have had a hard time saying no to a teenage hottie like that. Although it had been called for under his duty as a teacher to embarrass his students at any and all opportunity, it still was an unforgivable breach of man law that demanded recompense. He'd definitely have to make it up to the kid for, as Guy would put it, dousing the flames of his youth. He bit the toothbrush head and wiggled the handle from side to side, thinking how to make it up to the boy. Considering how jutsu mad the Gaki was, he knew all would be forgiven with a new technique. He couldn't just teach the kid a new one. It would be unfair to his other students, and teaching them all a new technique would undermine the entire point. What to do? What to do? He grinned. Oh yeah, he'd simply pass the kid a copy of the standard Shadow Clone Scroll from the Jonin library when they got back home. Now, while it might seem like a weak way to say sorry, considering that the brat already knew the damn technique. The simple fact was that Naruto had learned it by reverse engineering Taiju Kagebunshin no Jutsu into the standard version. The standard scroll's instructions included essays on a number of creative uses for the techniques. Everything from serving as the perfect expendable scout, to speeding up your learning time, to helping you deal with unwanted paperwork. The Forbidden Scroll, on the other hand, he had a strong feeling the use instructions consisted of all of one word: don't. He'd also have to exhibit Bushin Bakuha no Jutsu at some point. If anything could get a kid who was able to safely use mass shadow clones to sit down, shut up, and do what he was told, it was the offer of the explosive clone technique. Now, he knew he wouldn't be able to lord it over the kid forever, but by the time he was sick of chasing that carrot on a stick, Sasuke would be ready to learn some advanced Katan techniques, and he guessed he could ship Sakura off to the hospital for some medic training, or something along those lines. Sakura. He sighed. Honestly, he wasn't exactly sure what to do with the girl. She was simply not suitable for the kind of training he could teach effectively. All of Kakashi's own strengths were her weaknesses. He was a ninjutsu specialist who focused on heavy combat and assassination, most of which were highly complicated techniques that benefited from good control but required great deal of power. Sakura, on the other, had some of the best and finest control he'd ever seen from a genin, but almost laughable chakra reserves. In other words, she was a natural Jinjutsu type. Not for the first time, he regretted that he hadn't put more effort into talking Kurenai out of the Hyuga air. Under Kurenai, she would have been able to play to her strengths. And away from Sasuke, she'd have had a chance to become something more than the head of the last Uchiha's cheerleading section. He shook his head. With a Hyuga, he could have done so much more. Oh well, hindsight was 20/20ths, and this wasn't greatest mistake he'd made in his life. He opened his Sharingan eye and looked into it before letting it morph into its advanced form. No, very far from it. Closing Obito's eye, he spit out the toothpaste in his mouth and drew a glass of water from the sink. Taking a sip of it, he started to swish it through his mouth, still thinking. Banishing his momentary melancholy, he smiled. Naruto and Sasuke, on the other hand, had the potential to be a source of infinite amusement. Now that Sasuke had unlocked his Sharingan, he'd literally be able to learn new techniques at a glance. He'd expected this and had been preparing for it. Naruto, on the other hand, was a pleasant but unexpected surprise. He'd expected a loud, mouthed moron and hadn't been disappointed. Much to his own disgust, he'd almost been ready to simply dismiss the kid as more dead weight. But then he'd gone and proven Kakashi wrong. Oh, he was still a loudmouth, but the kid seemed to work well under pressure and had proven to be the greatest master of the shadow clone technique he'd ever seen. He'd been able to learn the Kinjutsu version in just one night and was able to create literally an army at will. For all of his faults, one couldn't question the boy's work ethic. And with his mastery of Kagebunshin, he'd be able to literally log thousands of man-hours of training in a single day. The genius bloodline of the Uchiha clan versus the ultimate genius of hard work would be one hell of a show. He chuckled. He'd have to keep this quiet. The last thing he wanted to deal with was Mato Guy trying to fan their flames of youth. Double true if he brought his team. Guy could be bad enough alone. Guy plus his creepy little mini-me was downright excessive. 3. Sasuke scowled for probably the 15th time in so many minutes as he picked at his breakfast, completely ignoring the world around him. In all honesty, he was in a pretty foul mood after the humiliating display the night before, and was only compounded by one especially painful fact. The doe was closer to rebuilding his clan than Sasuke himself. Sasuke had no doubts that the fool was from some ninja clan. His insane endurance, near bottomless chakra reserves, and rapid healing couldn't be anything but a Kekiai Genkai. It made him question why the other boy was so hated by the villagers. Was he the only survivor of a clan of traitors? Sasuke snorted. It didn't matter. He refused to judge a person on the sins of his kin. Otherwise, he might be forced to draw comparisons between himself and that man. He could safely say he disliked Naruto on his own merits. He was a blithering idiot who refused to accept the superiority of the natural genius of the Uchiha clan over the power of his own bloodline. no matter how formidable it may be. Now that he'd unlocked his own Kekiai Genkai, Sasuke was sure that he'd leave the dobe in the dust. Though even if he didn't, he did respect the fool's tenacity, not that he'd ever admit it aloud. Forcing his thought processes back on track, he raged at the indignity of it all. The idiot had been moments away from going all the way with an extremely beautiful and skilled girl, the kind of woman that Sasuke would have a hard time saying no to. It was just unfair. The dead last moron from a clan that had obviously done some ill so great that the adults were forbidden to speak of them had strong and beautiful kunoichi attracted to him, while he, the last member of the greatest clan in the whole of the elemental nations, had fucking Pinky and the Blonde, along with the rest of the legion of useless fangirls trailing behind him like goldfish shit. While he wasn't old enough to rebuild his clan as of yet, when he was in a couple of years, he'd require women who were emotionally and physically prepared to go about the long and bloody work of rebuilding his clan. He needed mothers, not a pack of vapid, romance-addled fangirls who were too blind to see the world as it was beyond their own petty delusions. Hell, even a Hyuga would be a step up. Sure, there was the overriding issue of Dojutsu incomparability, which made such a coupling untenable, but at least she seemed to have a reasonable level of emotional and mental maturity, even if she was a doormat. She had a clear enough head to understand that he had no time for foolish romance, and probably the fortitude and definitely the patience to be a good mother. She also had great tits for her age. Oh, why couldn't he attract older women, like Kiba's hot sister, or even that scantily clad psychopath that worked for AMBUTNI? If that wasn't humiliating enough, that entire gay scene made him look like a complete and utter tool. How was he supposed to know she was a woman? It was misty in there. He couldn't see any of her goods from where he'd been, and had taken the dobe's word for it. Damn it. Still, it hasn't been a total loss. He'd seen her boobs, and he had to admit that they were a damned fine set. He smirked. It made him want to start interviewing potential Uchiha mothers right away. There was one negative side effect, though. He simply couldn't ignore the poorly hidden glances that Sakura was sneaking at him and Naruto. That creepy, lecherous smile of hers was even worse. He grimaced and tried to side away from her, but she slid right back up next to him. He hadn't been in a mind to really consider at the time, but she collapsed with a nosebleed when he'd mentioned that Haku and Naruto were being gay in the bath. He shuddered. Not only was she useless, but she was also into yaoi. And she had the gall to call Naruto a pervert because he'd been clever enough to create a technique as effective, a bit silly, as the Oryoke no Jutsu? Hypocrite. 3-3. Kakashi cheerfully entered the room with a smile under his mask. As per the norm, he was late. After all, he did have a reputation to uphold. As he'd expected, everyone was already at the table. Sasuke seemed to be in an especially foul mood today, something most people wouldn't be able to tell, considering his moods tended to hover between grumpy, grouchy, and pissy at all times. Also per usual, Sakura was hovering over him like a vulture circling a dying yak, blissfully unaware of the fact that the object of her affection was completely ignoring her at best, and remaining silently contemptuous of her affections at worst. Naruto was surprisingly bright-eyed and cheerful for someone who drained half a bottle of cheap, high-potency sake the night before, and was sitting tellingly close to Haku. Now, as for the pretty little Nuke-Nin, she looked exactly as you'd expect of the person who drained the other half of aforementioned bottle of rot gut. Absolutely miserable, and much to Kakashi's eternal amusement, was shooting telling glances at his most loud-mouthed genin. Ah, young sexual tension. It was just like Aika. Now, the civilians seemed to be mostly an improvement from their normal, pitifully obnoxious states. Tazuna was actually sober for once, standing tall, proud, and actually managing to not smell like a distillery. Inari seemed almost irritatingly happy and content with himself, which was a major improvement from the annoying, pessimistic little shit he'd acted like up to this point. Tsunami, on the other hand, was shooting an almost unbelievable amount of killing intent for an untrained civilian at him. He was impressed. If she'd been trained, she'd probably be able to kill a lesser man with it. Now, he didn't know what he'd done to piss the MILF off, but if it made her this angry, finding out was probably a good idea. "Good morning," he happily announced. "You're late," Sakura snapped. Kakashi happily ignored her griping, as usual, and looked to the bridge builder's hot daughter as he took his seat. Tsunami's eyes narrowed, and a very palpable chill made its way up his spine. Damn, woman had missed her calling. If she'd been trained as a ninja, she might even be scarier than Anko. And that's one freaky bitch. "Is something the matter?" he asked, wondering exactly what had gotten her silky whites in a bunch. "I do not appreciate you sending a young man into my furo with a bottle of sake while I was occupied by a teenage girl," she snapped in response. Naruto blushed brightly and looked over to her. Don't be mad at Kakashi-sensei, Tsunami-nichin." Tsunami glared at him expectantly, so he continued. "Yesterday, when I fought all those thugs," he took a deep breath, "I never killed anyone before." Naruto's statement crashed over the room like a wave. Immediately, all eyes were on the boy. Sasuke was looking at him with a palpable sense of respect and nodded in acknowledgement of his ability, a first. Sakura was agape, probably not having been able to look past Sasuke during the fight to even realize that Naruto had been protecting them. Haku smiled sadly and placed her hand on Naruto's to comfort him. Tsunami was simply agape, her civilian mind having probably not comprehended that a boy barely into his adolescence could be a killer, even in the aftermath of a pitched battle. Inari was looking at Naruto with the complete admiration that only hero worship could bring, and Tazuna stood up from his place at the head of the table. The drunken bridge builder looked at Naruto with hard eyes for a moment, taking the boy in, and then he bowed deeply. "Thank you very much, Naruto-kun." Kakashi grinned. Even with such a serious subject, it was entertaining to see Naruto's blushing like mad and scratching the back of his head with a stupid smile on his face, basking in the well-deserved attention. "You know," Kakashi remarked, "Naruto took out the thugs, but it was Haku who killed Gato. If credit was being passed around, the girl deserved some. That had been one hell of a shot, artistically done and with outstanding timing, if he had to say so himself." Tsunami turned to Haku and, after a moment of thought, bowed slightly to her. "Thank you, Haku-san. By killing Gato, you have done my people a great service. I apologize for my harsh treatment of you." Haku smiled at the older woman. "Thank you, Tsunami-san, but it is I who should be apologizing to you. I aided in attempts to kill one of your loved ones, yet you still have found it within you to open your home to me. It is I who should be apologizing to you." Tsunami flushed slightly and smiled. "You are not what I expected, Haku-san." "You expected someone colder and more bloodthirsty?" Haku asked. Tsunami nodded with frown. "I am Shinobi," Haku replied. "I have no animosity toward your father and do not wish him any harm. But Zabuza-san took the contract from Gato, and so I was required to act against him. As cold as it may sound, it was not personal, and I'd have much rather have left you to live your lives in peace." Tsunami scowled. "The life of ninja sounds very cold and unfeeling." Haku nodded subtly. "That it is. There are times I envy you civilians and your ability to live your lives free of the callous and impersonal nature of the ninja way." "It almost sounds like you don't really want to be a ninja," Sakura thought aloud. "No," Haku said, clarifying. "It is not that I did not wish to become a ninja, and more that I was never given a choice. It was the dictate of my bloodline." Sakura blinked. "What do you mean?" "That," Haku replied, calmly but with a slight chill to her voice, making it clear she did not want to discuss it, "is an intensely personal question that touches upon parts of my past that I'd rather not speak of." Sasuke nodded to Haku in understanding. Kakashi rolled his eye at the breakfast table drama unfolding before him and helped himself to some rice, miso, and a bit of grilled fish. Once everything seemed back on track, he turned to Tazuna and absently asked, "Our contract requires us to remain here until the bridge has been completed. I need to know how long it will be before it is finished." Tazuna sighed. "At the current rate? Mid-June." "Oh man," Naruto whined. "We're going to be stuck here forever." The old man scowled and shot the Genin a dirty look. Listen, kid, we have to repair all of the equipment that Zabuza smashed. Then I'm going to have to replace all of the workers that Gato ran off while I was out of the country. All of this takes time. So, unless you can pull an army out of your... The old man trailed off, then smiled from ear to ear, looking at the Genin the way a bear might look at an especially plump hiker. Say, kid, you ever consider working in construction? What? Naruto asked. I mean, with that clone thing you can do, I won't have to worry about finding new workers. Sure, Naruto replied. Anything to get out of here. Kakashi coughed, attracting both of their attentions. There are bylaws in the Konoha mission codes that cover ninja doing side jobs while on assignment. If he accepts, you'll be required to file it as a long-duration D-rank mission and pay accordingly. I'd go into more detail, but it's all in the contract scroll you got when you hired us. Tazuna nodded. All right, I'll read over it. Kakashi nodded. Fair enough. We also need to discuss how you're going to pay the difference between the C-ranked escort mission you hired us for and the A-ranked bodyguard mission it turned out to be. Because of the desperate situation your people were in, I'm going to ask the Hokage to waive the punitive fines, but you're still going to have to pay the difference. Tazuna grimaced. Does it have to be all at once? Can't you just take out of the bridge tolls or something? We'll see. When we get back to Konoha, I'll speak to the Hokage about it on your behalf, he paused before adding. Though I strongly suggest you never attempt anything like that ever again. We are willing to forgive, but we do not forget. The old man paled slightly and bowed his head. I never will, and you have my thanks for your understanding. Mama, don't thank me. It's rare that in the execution of our duties that ninja are able to do something truly and undeniably good in nature. He glanced at the man sideways. Had you actually come clean from the beginning about what you were dealing with, we probably would have handled this for you pro bono. Tazuna blinked. You're serious? He nodded. Yes. High-profile good guy. Jobs like this are good for a village's reputation. If your little stunt hadn't put my Genin's lives in danger, I might have even been tempted to ask the Hokage to excuse the difference on your behalf. Ah, I see. You have my thanks, Kakashi. You're an honorable man. Tazuna smiled and finished off his tea. Ah, well, now that's taken care of. Time to get to work. He stood up and smiled at Konoha's loudest Genin. Naruto, I look forward to showing you how the other side makes an honest living. Naruto grinned. Yeah, we'll see you old drunk. Inari smiled and looked at his mother who nodded. Pushing up from the table, he ran over to Tazuna. I'll walk you to work, Grandpa. Kakashi simply smiled as the table began to empty, with everyone going about their daily tasks, leaving just Tsunami waiting so he could finish. Looking back to his meal, and picked up a piece of fish and began to eat. Tsunami-chan, have I told you that you're a wonderful cook? The woman frowned and placed her hands on her hips. While she was not releasing the staggering amount of killing intent she had been before, it was apparently clear that she was annoyed. Just hurry up and eat. I have to clean the dishes. You know, Kakashi observed, it's rude to rush people's digestion. It's rude to be late for a meal, she countered. Kakashi simply took a sip of tea and shrugged. Touché. 333. Haku smiled as she walked next to Naruto as the two left Tazuna's house. She didn't know where he was going, but it was pleasant to walk with her friend regardless. Closing her eyes and took a deep breath, knowing that she had a very busy day ahead of her. There were simply too many things that needed to get done, and with her physical injury, combined with her chakra fatigue, she didn't feel in much of a condition to accomplish it. Still, she had to get it done regardless. Looking at the younger boy next to her, she pursed her lips thoughtfully. While she still didn't know Naruto very well, she was already well aware that he was quite possibly the most energetic person she'd ever met. His personality was vibrant to the point of being overwhelming, and his stamina was downright superhuman. While she hadn't seen it, she'd been told about the Shadow Clone Army he'd used to defeat Gato's men. It was a little selfish, but just maybe she smiled. Naruto-kun. Haku asked. Yeah, Haku-chan, the orange-clad boy asked, looking up to her with a smile across his face. What do you need? Where are you headed? She asked. Naruto smiled. I'm going into the woods to train. How about you? Becoming stronger to protect your precious people? Haku asked wistfully. Yeah, Naruto exclaimed. I'm going to get stronger so I can protect you and everyone else I care about. Then I'll become Hokage and be able to protect everyone. And they'll have no choice but to acknowledge me because I'll be somebody that everyone can look up to. Haku's smile grew as she took in Naruto's words. It was strange to her that she was already beginning to feel the same kind of selfless dedication for him that she'd felt for Zabuza-san, but she guessed it was due to his nature. Already he counted her among his most precious people, and it warmed her heart. He was a pure spirit, heroic and kind. The type of person who made you feel stronger just for knowing him, and whose radiance could bring the best out in people. This did make her wonder, though. Naruto had a passion for training that was beyond impressive. His spirit made him a natural leader of men, and his chakra reserves were beyond ludicrous. Even discounting her own suspicions as to the nature of his frightening hidden power, he had the potential to become one of the most powerful ninja in the elemental countries, yet he was woefully undertrained. During their battle, she'd clearly seen glaring weaknesses in his fighting style. The only ninjutsu she'd seen him use was a shadow clone technique, and his taijutsu was a mess. It was inefficient and flashy. That wasn't to say that he wasn't any good. Strip her of her tools, and Haku had little doubt that she'd be hard-pressed to keep up with him. Technically, her skill level was superior, but he had superior strength and stamina, as well as the passion for taijutsu that she lacked. Haku despised pure hand-to-hand combat. She'd rather use weapons or close-range ninjutsu than use taijutsu any day of the week. Yet despite his strengths and his passion, his skills were sorely lacking. For some strange reason, Naruto's training was a joke, and she failed to get the punchline. Haku suppressed a snort. She was reminded of something Zabuza-san had once said to her in passing. When you have a problem, you solve it. Now, when he'd said that he'd been speaking in reference to an especially tenacious hunter nin, and his method of solving the problem had been to split the man from groin to scalp, but still, the point did stand. This was a problem, and she was going to solve it. There are several things I must handle in the village, Naruto-kun, she said. I was going to ask if you'd accompany me, but I have no wish to disturb your training. I will be in town most of the day. Naruto's eyes widened, and he began to make warding gestures with his hands. It's okay, I can just train later. Haku smiled, though not with complete honesty. She felt a bit guilty about manipulating the boy. Naruto was lonely, and he held onto moments of companionship like a drowning man gulps for air. Her only comfort was that by doing so she'd be furthering both their interests. But Naruto-kun, if you skip your training, then how will you become strong enough to protect me? She asked him, playfully. Naruto blushed and scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed but emboldened by the closeness implied in the remark. Well, I dash. He trailed off, seemingly unsure of what to say. Haku pursed her lips and rubbed her chin, making a show of thinking before smiling once again, this time more honestly. I've got it, she said. Naruto grinned. So you're going to teach me a cool new jutsu or something? Actually, Haku replied, yes. Naruto's eyes went wide as saucers and his jaw dropped. He actually looked something like a fish. He was utterly speechless. The look in his eyes was telling, though. Before, the offer of a day's companionship was like a breath to a drowning man, but this was something that went above and beyond even that. It seemed like he was having trouble understanding that someone would actually say yes to that question. There was total love and admiration in those eyes, and it angered her. Was he so neglected in his training that the simple offer of a new technique was something that meant so much to him? Regaining his wits, Naruto started to run and bounce around her like a hyperactive child, which in some ways he still was. She fought back a laugh. He must have been a terror as a student. She paused for a moment and looked at the boy sadly. Her eyes had an immediate effect on Naruto. His energy stilled itself, and he frowned slightly. Are you all right, Haku? She fought down what she really wanted to ask, and instead decided that she needed to keep to business. Naruto-kun, What elemental affinity are you attuned to? Naruto blinked, obviously confused. Elemental what? Haku Kuronet. She'd heard mention that in many countries they didn't bother to test for elemental affinity until a ninja reached Chunin rank, but Zabuza had always said that was foolish. Elemental affinity was easy to test for and critical for a ninja's development. Even if you couldn't teach nature transformation to a genin, you could still teach them jutsu of their element, so they'd already have a repertoire of appropriate techniques at the ready when the time came. I don't have any bloodlines or anything, he continued. I can't use ice or anything like you do. Haku resisted the urge to grit her teeth. Again, obvious holes in his education presented themselves. What was Konoha thinking sending him into the field so unprepared? What was that cyclopean scarecrow teaching him? It was making her headache come back. Honesty, she admitted. I'm wondering how you can even use ninjutsu without knowing about basic chakra transformation. The Uchiha has his fire release technique, so you have to have been taught at least a fundamental understanding of elemental chakra. Sasuke's known that jutsu for like ever, Naruto replied. So what are you talking about? Most ninja have an elemental affinity, she said. A few have more than one. Out of those few, some have a natural ability to mix their affinities and create new elements. My elemental natures are wind and water, but my bloodline grants me the natural ability to combine them to create ice. Naruto blinked. Does that mean you can only use elemental jutsu that you have an affinity for? No, it just makes creating them much easier. Haku paused for a moment and then decided to explain in full. Using your elemental affinity is simple once you've learned how. It becomes literally second nature to you. Much of the work is instinctive, and your chakra is able to naturally form that element with only minimal effort. Without an affinity, a jutsu will require additional hand seals to mold your raw chakra into that element. Would you like me to demonstrate? Naruto grinned. Yeah, sure. All right, I will show you the wild water wave technique as an example, she replied. Dragon. Tiger. Hare. She slowly moved her hands through the 3 seals needed to perform the technique so Naruto could see, and then took a deep breath. Suedun, Mizurappa. She spat, shooting a small water jet across the clearing. Normally, the power of her technique would have been much more impressive, but as she was low on energy and only giving Naruto an example, she had no desire to use more than the bare minimum of chakra. Oh, that's pretty cool, Haku-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Could you teach me that? Please. She smiled. Maybe later, Naruto-kun. Right now, I'd like to finish what I'm doing first. He grinned, clearly satisfied with her answer. Now, I will show you it again using nature transformation. Observe. This time, she only formed the hair sign and repeated the technique, again shooting a small stream of water across the clearing. Do you see what I mean? She asked. Yeah, you only had to use one hand seal this time, he observed. Correct, she replied. Elemental mastery not only allows for faster performance of techniques, but it makes them more efficient, allowing for much greater power. That is why I asked you your elemental affinity. I get now. Thanks, Haku. He blushed. I guess I don't know my affinity. She nodded. We will have to get some chakra testing papers soon. Besides my Hayaton abilities, I have mastered both water and wind transformation and know a number of Suedun and Futon Jutsu. If either of them are your elemental nature, I believe I could be of help to you. She paused for a moment. Though if you're another elemental type, I will do what I can, but I'm afraid I won't be much assistance. That's okay, Haku. He paused and then grinned widely. So think we could get started now, even though we don't know my element? Possibly. Haku rubbed her chin slightly. Naruto, if I may ask, what has your sensei been teaching you? Well, he taught us how to stick to trees, Naruto said. She frowned deeply. I was taught that when I was 7. Whoa, seriously? Naruto asked wide-eyed. You must be really strong. Ugh, what the hell was Konoha thinking? Has he even started teaching you water walking? No, Naruto admitted. Has he taught you anything else? Naruto frowned. Not really. It's mostly been sparing and teamwork stuff. How long has he been your sensei? Naruto sighed. A month or so. And all he's taught you is tree climbing? She asked, almost not believing her ears. Of all the lazy, useless, it made her want to scream. She frowned and shook her head, speaking as much to herself as to him. You'll never get anywhere at this rate. I know, and it sucks, Naruto exclaimed. He glared at her. The look of betrayal in his eyes was painful to behold. I thought you're different, but now you're telling me I'm a failure too? No, she said, putting her hand on the shorter ninja's shoulder. You're not a failure. I think you have the potential to be the strongest ninja in the world. Really? He asked, the anger and frustration in his voice vanishing instantly, as if it had been cast to the wind. Haku smiled. Yes, I do. I just think you need some individual instruction. He looked hopefully at Haku. So, what does that mean you're offering train me? Yes. Yes, I am, Naruto-kun. I'll teach you whatever I can. Naruto's smile as infectious. Awesome. So we're going to start with that cool water jutsu, right? She shook her head. He frowned. Come on, Haku-chan. She looked at him and crossed her arms. Zabuza-sama always said that if you're going to learn to use water as a weapon, you better know how to walk it first. Oh, Naruto looked down for a moment before grinning and looking back up. And then you'll teach me that one? She shook her head. Naruto, I can't promise you that it will be next, but I will teach it to you. I do promises you that. His smile grew even more. The look on his face only cemented her intention. She'd never seen anyone as happy as Naruto seemed to be right now. It reminded her of the drunken oaths they'd sworn to each other. She promised to help him achieve his dream, and he swore to protect her as one of his precious people. He was strong, and she believed in him. Though I warn you now, though, that you have a great deal to learn. Your fighting style is very sloppy. Naruto frowned and looked at his feet. Unlike before, he wasn't taking offense to her observations. Rather, he was listening to them, and while he didn't seem to like it, he was paying attention to them. Well, he admitted, a little reluctantly, I had to teach myself a lot. That surprised her. A self-taught ninja from one of the 5 main ninja villages? Doesn't Konoha had a ninja academy? It does, but most of the instructors never had the time for me, Naruto said, scowling. I tried to learn the forms, everybody else did, but when I needed help, nobody really gave me any. Except Iruka-sensei. But well, Naruto sighed. He tried his best, but he still had a whole class and all. Haku grimaced. It was worse than she thought. Were all of your instructors like that? Naruto nodded sadly. Pretty much. Mizuki-sensei helped me out every once in a while, but considering he tried to kill me, I don't think that counts. Haku blinked. Then she blinked again. What the? You're telling me one of your teachers tried to kill you? Yeah, Naruto admitted. I failed the Genin exam 3 times. They always asked us to do Bunshin no Jutsu, but that's my worst technique. After I failed, he told me there was another secret test. Haku grimaced. She didn't like where this was going. He told me that all I had to do was steal the forbidden scroll of sealing from the Hokage tower and learn a jutsu from it. So I did. He grinned. I even knocked out the old man with my awesome original jutsu. Haku blinked. Did she just hear him right? Did a Genin have a jutsu so powerful that he could bring down a Kage? She had to know this technique. While it would do her little good now, she couldn't help but remember fighting the Mizukage and his terrible power. She had to believe there was something that could take that monster down, and if this was it, she had to see it. Show me this jutsu, she demanded. Naruto grinned. Oiroken no jutsu. In a burst of smoke, Naruto was replaced with a beautiful girl with long silky hair, generous curves, and not a stitch of clothing. In fact, the only thing protecting her modesty at all was a few whiffs of smoke that actually seemed to be more strategically placed to draw attention to her assets than to hide them from view. Haku felt her eyebrow twitch slightly. So the Sandaime Hokage was a dirty old man, and Naruto defeated him by flashing him. Wouldn't be of any use against Yagura, that was for sure. Though if she ever needed something with which to blackmail Hokage, this was certainly it. What a tasteless technique. Naruto giggled like the kind of shallow, airheaded civilian girl who liked to stalk her when she dressed as a boy and blew her a kiss. It made her skin crawl. Tasteless, but effective. With a poof of smoke, Naruto changed back and grinned. Pretty cool, huh? Haku Kuronet. Part of her wanted to smack him up the back of the head for coming up with such a perverse jutsu, but she had a feeling that this was one of those cases where if it was stupid and it worked, it wasn't stupid. Just never expect her to use in the field. The idea of flashing her enemies into submission made her skin crawl. I am impressed that you have been able to master Hinge to a degree that allows you to perform it with only a single hand seal. Naruto deflated somewhat, disappointed by the fact that she was not as amused by the technique as he was, but still encouraged by her mild praise. Please, continue the story, she said, not wanting to discuss the technique anymore. Naruto nodded. Okay, so I got the scroll and started to study it. A few hours later, Iruka-sensei showed up and asked me what I was doing. I told him. Then Mizuki-sensei showed up and Naruto trailed off. He bit his lip and looked uncomfortable for a moment. He continued, but by the tone of his voice, she had a feeling he was leaving something out. Mizuki-sensei tried to kill us. Iruka-sensei got hurt protecting me, so I used the technique I learned from the scroll, Taiju Kigabunshin no Jutsu, and kicked Mizuki-sensei's butt. He smiled. After that, Iruka-sensei told me to close my eyes, and when I opened them, I was a genin, Databeo. Haku Delinket. Hold on, you're telling me you learned the Kinjutsu version of an advanced level jutsu in only a couple of hours? Yeah, pretty cool, right? And they call you a dope? He nodded. Fools. Naruto beamed. Thanks, Haku. She frowned and looked over at the boy. Naruto, what did this Mizuki teach? Taijutsu mostly, why? She couldn't help but facepalm. That explains a great deal. Naruto blinked in confusion. What? Please do not take this the wrong way, but your taijutsu. She paused for a moment, trying to think of a diplomatic way to put this. Is in need of serious refinement. Naruto grimaced for a moment, opened his mouth to retaliate, but after a moment, snapped it shut and looked at Haku in annoyance before saying, What do you mean? I thought I was pretty good. Mizuki-sensei always complimented me on my skills. This being same Mizuki-sensei who tried to kill you, correct? Naruto blinked, blushed, and scratched the back of his head with a laugh. Well, when you say it like that, I guess I see your point. She nodded with a grim look on her face. I believe he sabotaged your efforts by encouraging you to use poor technique. Naruto blinked. But that's where I got all my best grades, and Mizuki-sensei wasn't the only testing us in taijutsu. Haku nodded. I believe that is due to your own natural aptitude. I have seen you fight, and you are strong and fast, with impressive stamina and an unpredictable fighting style. Your own innate ability makes you a dangerous opponent. The problem is that your fundamentals appear to be flawed, and this lowers your effectiveness greatly. As much as it pains me to say this, I'm going to have to teach you the basics of taijutsu. Naruto frowned. Why does it pain you to say that? I thought you wanted to teach me. I do, she replied. It is just that I'm a ninjutsu specialist. I have little talent for taijutsu, and while I know the forms well enough, I find little pleasure in it. Oh, he blinked. So how about you teach me a cool jutsu? She sighed. Naruto, please. She paused for a moment of thought, then nodded. All right, fine. If you needed the basics, she start with absolute the basics. Very well, I will show you a technique, but afterwards I'm going to teach you water walking, and you will not complain. Understood. I got ya, Haku-chan, he exclaimed, almost hopping in place with excitement. So what are you going to teach me? I will teach you a basic technique taught to all Kirinin. It is technically a water release technique, but it is simple enough that it can be performed using only the most elementary understanding of elemental nature. You've seen this technique before. It is a technique that Zabuza-san used against your sensei, the Kirigikure no Jutsu. Awesome. Naruto grinned. If it can work against Kakashi Sensei's Sharingan, then it'll sure work against that bastard Sasuke's. Unfortunately, I am unable to demonstrate it for you. Haku Dlushet. I'm still low on chakra, and showing you the Mizurappa was somewhat reckless on my part. Naruto shrugged. It's all right. I've already seen it done. Good. I just didn't want you to be disappointed. I will show you the hand seals and tell you what to do. All right. Naruto grinned. Yeah. Haku took a deep breath and began. The basic seals are ox, hare, ram. It works by using your churka to increase the local humidity by drawing out the surrounding water and changing the localized temperature gradient by rapidly cooling in order to create a thick, blinding fog. Do you understand? Naruto paused for a moment and nodded. So if I do those hand sighs, draw out some water, and cool down the air to make it fog up? She nodded. Yes. All right. This'll be easy, Databeo. With a manic grin on his face, Naruto formed the hand signs. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Haku blinked in surprise as the entire world went completely white. She'd seen some pretty thick mist created before. It had been Zabu's favorite technique, and her dual elemental nature strengthened both the water gathering and atmospheric cooling aspect of the jutsu. But this was just ridiculous. She could barely see her hands in front of her face. Naruto, she called out, stepping forward in the direction that he'd been in. Are you still there? Yeah, Haku-chan, he replied. I think I used too much chakra. Naruto-kun, are you still maintaining the technique? Yeah, I think so. Haku sighed and shook her head. Stop. It should dissipate momentarily. Oh, Naruto replied. Okay. She sighed and crossed her arms, waiting for it to fade. Naruto-kun, we really need to work on your control. I guess so. Huh. Haku thought to herself for a moment. Naruto was overpowering that technique immensely. When she'd begun training as a ninja, her above-average reserves made training difficult until she'd mastered basic chakra control techniques. Considering Naruto's sheer volume of power, that could have been the reason for some of his problems. Naruto, when a mist fades, I want you to make a clone for me. Right, one Kagebunshin coming right up. No, she replied. I want you to create a normal clone. Oh man, Naruto whined. I suck at that technique. Haku raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't that be reason enough for you to improve it? But I already know how to make shadow clones. Naruto said, why do I need stupid, regular clones? Haku thought for a moment. Regular clones are insubstantial. Being hit won't destroy them. Yeah, but they can't actually do anything. They'd draw attention off of your shadow clones. If you had a few Bunshin to serve as decoys for every Kage Bunshin, then the enemy would have a much harder time destroying them. Besides, if seeing hundreds of you is intimidating, what would thousands be like? Naruto blinked and then smiled savagely. I never thought of it that way, he paused before adding. I still hate that technique, though. Haku smiled. She had a feeling she could motivate him. Let's make a deal. If you can create a single perfect clone, I'll teach you a very special jutsu. One that is very useful, but requires a great deal of control to use. Oh, what technique? Haku smiled. Hook, line. Sunsin no Jutsu. Cool, Naruto exclaimed. I'll master in no time, Databeo. Haku grinned like a Hashigaki. Sinker. So Haku, yes, Naruto. Do you have, any tips for me? She paused for a moment and bit her lip. Naruto, my instinct is that you're overpowering the technique. Just try and make as many clones as possible using as little chakra as you can and work your way down from there. Oh, he paused. Haku-tian. Yes, Naruto-kun. Shouldn't the mist have cleared up by now? She frowned. Yes, it should have. It normally cleared up in just a couple of minutes, if that. And even now, she was barely able to make him out through the fog, which was pretty incredible considering he was less than 10 feet away from her. Exactly how much churka did you use? I don't know. I just put in as much as I could. Haku opened her mouth to reply, but was cut off from a cry from the distance. Naruto-kun. Haku-san. It was Sakura. Are you out here? Hello. Oi. Sakura-chan. Naruto exclaimed. We're right here. Right where? She asked. This blinding fog is covering most of the town. What happened? Where is everyone? Haku voiced. Oh yeah. She was going to get him started on water walking as soon as possible. She'd heard of chakra control issues, but this was just ridiculous. So, where are we going? Naruto asked Haku as the two entered town. Haku smiled sadly at him. It almost made him wince. It was strange. Her sad smile stung worse than the cold eyes of the villagers. She was one of the few people who'd ever truly opened her entire heart to him, and because of that he counted her among his most beloved friends. The idea of her being sad just made him feel like he'd failed on a personal level. He wanted her to be happy all the time because he believed she deserved nothing less. I have to put Zabuza-san's affairs in order, she replied in a low tone that made Naruto's heart twist. She just lost the closest thing she had to a father, and now she had to trouble herself by going through all the mess of burying him. He couldn't really understand that pain. He'd almost lost Irika and thought he'd lost Sasuke, but as important as they were to him, he knew that Zabuza had been Haku's world. He just couldn't understand the magnitude of her loss, but that didn't mean he couldn't sympathize with her unspoken plight. He could see it in her sad eyes how much this hurt her, and it shamed him that he'd been involved in Zabuza's death. Haku was far too good a person to go through this, and to have raised someone as kind as her, there had to be more to Zabuza than the demon of the mist. No monster could raise such a kind soul. Taking a moment to center himself, Naruto decided what he was going to do. He was going to help Haku in any way he could. For her sake, he'd make sure that Zabuza wouldn't be forgotten, and that he'd be remembered for the good person he really was. He'd do it for her sake. Before he'd promised that he'd keep her safe, but he knew damned well that you could be safe and miserable. She was his friend, and he'd protect not only her life, but her happiness. To do anything less would be paramount to abandoning her. And those who abandoned their friends were worse than trash. He'd never abandon his friends. He silently swore that he'd not only keep them safe, but that he could not and would not allow them to suffer the way he'd suffered in the past. As long as he lived, he would not allow them to be treated as if they were worthless, unwanted, unworthy, or forgotten. He'd shield them from the hell of loneliness with his very life if he had to. That was the promises of a lifetime. Naruto-kun. Haku asked, looking at him somewhat worried. What's wrong? Naruto blushed slightly. He must have drifted off there for a moment. Nothing, Haku-chan. I was just a little distracted. He allowed his face to twist into a small, thoughtful smile. Was thinking, that's all. Haku nodded in understanding. He said nothing. The silence between them was almost palpable. Naruto was unsure what to say, and he had a feeling that the same was true for Haku. It was rather awkward and felt really uncomfortable. Naruto hated pauses like this. He hated silence, really. If he spent any real time thinking about it, he'd probably admit it was why he talked so damn much. People think too much when they're quiet, and for someone with as many hidden doubts and resentments as him, the last thing he could afford to do emotionally was dwell on all of the failures and derogatory words of the past. To be completely honest, it was downright smothering. So, Haku-chan, he said, looking for something, anything to break the silence. What are we doing first? Haku's face fell, making Naruto want to kick himself. Hell, he was tempted to summon a shadow clone to do just that. If she looked sad before, now she looked completely miserable. I'm going to the local constabulary, she said softly. I'm going to inquire as to the condition of Zabuza-san's body and collect his personal possessions. Naruto winced. No wonder she was so damn sad. She was only trying to check on the body of her dead father. Nothing upsetting there. Nope, nothing at all. Almost unconsciously, Naruto's hand snaked out and grasped Haku's. The girl looked at him with a moment in surprise, then smiled and squeezed tightly. He could see her tension relax slightly as a small smile came to her face. He couldn't help but smile at the fact that his simple presence seemed to be comforting her. That was good. He wouldn't let his friend be alone at a time like this. If she needed a human safety blanket, he was happy to provide. "Let's go, Haku-chan," he said, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. "You're not going to be doing this alone." She nodded, and together the two began into the village. The village itself was still winding back up after the unexpected lull caused by Naruto's overpowered hidden mist technique. In fact, there was still a thin fog overhanging the town, though Naruto wasn't quite sure of how much of that was him and how much was just the island nation's normal morning weather. For what he'd seen so far, the region was normally pretty warm, but it still got a little foggy before noon. Most noticeable, though, was the people. They seemed different. Gone was the shrunken posture, the almost palpable aura of hopelessness. They were standing taller and walking with pride. They were no longer looking down in shame and self-loathing, but instead, wherever he passed, their eyes seemed to be following him. It made him feel uncomfortable. He was used to the cold eyes of the villagers following him wherever he went, but these eyes, he realized, were different. They were not full of contempt and disgust. These eyes were warm and inviting, full of admiration. These eyes light up the moment he crossed their path. His eyes went wide, and he paused in his step, drawing an inquisitive glance from Haku as realization seeped into his mind. They were looking at him the same way the people of Konoha looked at the Hokage. It made him wonder, it made him question, and he had to ask it of himself, otherwise he would not be able to believe his eyes. Was this the way people looked at a hero? "Are you all right, Naruto-kun?" Haku asked him with worry in her voice. Still stunned, Naruto couldn't find his voice to respond. He slowly nodded, and after a moment managed to say, "I'm fine." His voice was small and difficult to hear, but he meant it. He really meant it, maybe even for the first time. Haku smiled and looked about for a moment, then with a slight blush on her face looked back down to him. "Naruto-kun." "Yes, Haku-chan," he replied as his voice returned to him in strength. "Do you know where the constabulary is located?" Naruto blinked. That was an honest surprise. He'd expect a ninja like Haku, who'd had plenty of time to scout out the town, to know where it was. "Nope, I'm surprised that you don't." Zabuza-san felt that it wasn't important. Haku shrugged. "When we arrived, they were effectively defunct." Naruto nodded. Constables were volunteer civil law enforcement, nothing like Konoha's ANBU or the defunct military police. Until Gato died, he guessed that they'd all had other things to worry about, like feeding their kids or not getting stabbed by his thugs. "Let's ask somebody then," Naruto said with a smile. Pulling her behind him, he walked over to an old woman who was busily selling fish at the side of the street. He guessed an old woman like her would probably know the area very well. As he approached the stand, the various shoppers stepped to the side and bowed to him in deference, much to his confusion. He was used to people getting out of his way, of course, but normally it was because they couldn't stand his presence. But these people, they seemed to be doing the same out of respect, as if they felt that whatever he could be doing was naturally more important than what they were doing. It was absolutely disconcerting. Standing behind the counter of the cart was an old woman, one probably about the Hokage's age, which in Naruto's mindset meant she was probably old enough to have met the sage of the six paths in her youth. Not that he'd say that, but the lines around her face looked like they belonged to someone who liked to smile, so he was pretty sure she'd be helpful. "Uzumaki-sama," the old woman gasped slightly and bowed deeply to him that he actually feared somewhat for the integrity of her old bones. "How may I be of assistance?" He was almost stunned into silence. "You know my name?" he all but whispered. "Ow!" The woman smiled radiantly, and for a moment he could see the faded beauty of her youth in her joyful face as she looked on him with something bordering on awe. "How could I not?" Naruto opened his mouth to respond but couldn't. He just choked. He was confused. He knew how the people treated the Hokage, and this wasn't it. The Hokage was respected, loved even, but this wasn't simple respect. For some reason, these people were in awe of him, and he didn't know why. He'd done his best to help him, but this was just overwhelming. If the sincerity wasn't so thick that he could taste it, he'd almost think it was creepy. The fact that they were milling around to watch also made him uncomfortable. But he wasn't going to complain. These people didn't see him for the demon fox in his belly, for the unfortunate circumstances of his birth. They saw him for his own actions. He had the suspicion there might be something else to it, but for them to respect him this much, he had to have proved himself to them. They had to see him for him, and not only judge him to be worthy of respect, but judge him to be someone worth admiring. They acknowledged him. They looked up to him. To him, he couldn't believe it. It was just too good to be true, but it really was. For the first time in his life, Naruto knew not only what it was like to be truly accepted, but to be truly loved by others. Not just by one person, but by everyone. He had to fight back tears as this realization hit him almost as hard as Iruka's deceleration in the forest while he fought Mizuki. Naruto clenched his fist and smiled widely and honestly, probably more so than he'd done on any occasion before or after he'd been made a genin. A few rebellious tears made their way down his cheek, and as he looked at the old woman, he was shocked to see that her eyes were also watering with unshed tears. The shock was enough to knock him out of his stopper, and he felt filled with a strength and pride he never before felt before. He felt 10 feet tall, like he couldn't be stopped. For the first time in his life, he felt no hidden doubts. It was like their faith in him was infectious. It was like their belief in him was so strong that it burned away his own uncertainty. "Hey, Bachan," he asked, feeling like he was truly standing tall for the first time in his life. "Which way to the constable's office?" The woman's eyebrow peaked slightly, but if she was thinking anything, she didn't say it. "It's 2 streets down, right off to the left. Look for the building with the red roof." "Thanks," he exclaimed. The woman stood thoughtfully for a moment, then asked, "May I be so bold as to ask why you're going there, Uzumaki-sama?" Naruto fought back a frown for a moment. He knew old grandmas like this loved their gossip, and from the way the crowd was milling around, he knew they were all wondering what he was up to. He knew how much they liked to rag on him back home and how far even the slightest insult could travel, getting more and more blown out of proportion every time it was retold. But it did give him an idea. He beat down a mischievous grin as his old pranking instincts came ahead. Even though he'd never said it aloud, he'd promised Haku that he'd make sure Zabuza wouldn't be forgotten, and this was his chance. "We're going to see about getting Zabuza a proper burial," he replied. "Why would you bother yourself with one of Gado's underlings?" Haku's grip tightened to almost painful levels, and he could feel her killing intent leaking out as the old woman looked on in confusion. "He was an evil man." "He wasn't," Naruto replied. "He died a hero." "He did?" the old woman asked as the crowd muttered around him. Inside his mind, Naruto cackled gleefully. Now he had their attention. Zabuza was set up. Yeah, I know he was working for a bad guy, but that wasn't because he was evil. Part of being a ninja is to kill your heart and do your job no matter how distasteful. Gado lied to him and used it against him. He hired him to do his dirty work, but was going to kill him when he was done. Even though he was my enemy, I respected him because he was a strong ninja. After all, no jerk could raise someone as nice as Haku-chan. That brought all eyes to Haku, and she tensed up under the harsh attention of the crowd. He felt guilty about putting her through it, but it was only for a moment. "How does that make him a hero?" the woman asked in a confused tone. "Well, it's all got to do with Haku-chan. After Kakashi-sensei wounded him, he confessed that he loved her like a daughter and wanted her to be strong and happy," he replied. Then Gado showed up and said that Zabuza was a worthless pawn and how this was all just a setup so we'd bump each other off. So Haku-chan killed him with a single really awesome blow and avenged him. If it wasn't for Zabuza hadn't been a good guy, then she wouldn't have been able to kill Gado, and if she didn't do that, then his thugs wouldn't have been leaderless, and I wouldn't have had the strength to kick all their asses. If I'm a hero for beating them, then Haku's a hero for killing Gado. And if Haku's his hero for that, then Zabuza's a hero for inspiring her strength. Databeo? Databeo, the old woman repeated with a wistful smile, muttering something under her breath, before glancing to Haku. Her face hardened, and she frowned for a moment before nodding in understanding. "I see." After a moment of thought, Her frown faded to an impassive glance, and after taking the girl in for a moment, a warm smile came to her face. I apologize for my harsh words, Haku-sama. I would like to apologize for my ignorance and express my sympathy for your loss. There is not a person in his country who has not lost a loved one to the betrayal and cruelty of others, and I believe that it is only fitting that he was punished by one who has suffered as we have. Thank you very much. And with that, she bowed deeply to Haku. Not nearly as deeply as she'd bowed him, but still deep enough to convey great respect. And then the crowd joined in. First they bowed in thanks, and then they started to speak. "Thank you, Haku-san," exclaimed one man. "Zabuza was a hero," came another. And then another and another. Comments flew in from the viewing throng, were either consoling her loss or exalting her heroism. And while the looks they were giving her were not as, well, reverent as the ones they gave him, the coldness had been replaced with the warmth and respect that was a hero's due. Naruto looked up to Haku. He could see the confusion on her face and felt the tension in her grip. She was obviously almost as bewildered as he'd been moments before. After a pregnant pause, she bowed to the older woman. "I thank you for your kind words." Taking a deep breath, she bowed to the old woman and to the crowd, and started in the direction of the constabulary. She walked quickly, passing through the crowd, and all but dragging him behind her. After a few moments, once they were clear of the crowd, and as the people began to go about their business, she turned about and glared at Naruto, pulling her hand away from his. "What were you doing?" she demanded. Her voice was tense, filled with confusion and a bit of anger at the perceived betrayal. "Not only have you endangered my life by airing my secrets for all to hear, but you paraded my loss before these civilians. Why?" Naruto smiled widely at her. It hurt to have someone he liked look at him like that, but he understood why, and he was sure she'd forgive once he explained it. Now Zabuza won't be forgotten or remembered as a bad guy. Now he'll be remembered as a hero who gave his life to beat Gato. And you'll be remembered as a hero too, Dadabayo. But when the Oinin hear about this, you'll be halfway to Konoha, escorted by a friendly shinobi team in the middle of Fire Country. Naruto grinned. "I don't think they're going to risk it." Haku blinked as her jaw went agape. She laughed shallowly and closed her eyes, smiling and shaking her head. Opening them, she looked at Naruto and pulled him into a tight hug. He flushed crimson as she held him so close to her body for so long. Really, it was all he could do not to get excited. He had to struggle to keep the fact that he was being squeezed like a plushie by a hot, older kunoichi who he'd seen naked out of his mind. Last thing he wanted was to get slugged as a pervert because some parts of his body wouldn't obey his brain. "Thank you," she whispered. Pulling away, his new precious person smiled at him with the same radiance he'd already learned to treasure. "I'm sorry that I was upset at you, Naruto-kun. Now I understand why you did it. That was a very kind thing. Not many people would try and honor the memory of an enemy like that. Thank you." "Hey, if he was able to raise someone like you, he couldn't be all bad." Naruto grinned. Haku smiled subtly. "He was a very complicated man, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled warmly at her. "You have to tell me about him sometime." "I will," she replied softly. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. Thank you for being so kind." Naruto blushed and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "You're welcome, Haku-chan." 4. Tsunami took a deep breath as she entered her living room, which at this point had been taken over by that perverted freeloader Kakashi. She had some questions for him, and while she was well aware that she wouldn't be able to get a ninja to tell her he didn't feel like it, they were directly involved with someone dear to the both of them. "Kakashi-san," she began as she stepped into the room, only to trail off as she noticed two things that threw her off her train of thought. One which made her blood freeze, the other which made it boil. First, her darling son was playing with a ninja dagger as if it were some kind of toy, darting about swinging it around, as if he were some powerful ninja fighting invisible opponents. Second, Kakashi himself was reading one of those perverted orange books she didn't let her father read in her son's presence. Once again, and Probably not for the last time today. She wished she was somehow able to kill the Jonin with her brain. A bit tense today, Tsunami-san, Kakashi observed. I have to admit, I'm impressed by your killing intent. You miss your calling. So, what's the problem? Why is my son playing with a weapon? Ninja are awesome, Mom, Inari exclaimed, all but bouncing in place and interrupting the conversation. Naruto Niken kicked the butts out of all of those goons on the bridge. I want to be strong like that, too. Tsunami felt another chill go down her spine. Seeing Kaiza die had been bad enough, but for him to see the carnage of Naruto's bridge battle, she didn't want him to be traumatized by the battle, but even worse for him to becoming interested in the shinobi arts. Naruto was a good boy, but he was a killer, and as much as she loved him, she did not want that for her son. The idea of her darling little boy becoming a ninja downright terrified her. Inari, why don't you put away the knife and go play outside for a little while? Inari pouted. Do I have to? She simply gave him a stern look that said everything that needed to be said. All right, he whined before perking back up with a smile. Naruto Niken said he'd play ninja with me after he got back from town. As quickly as he spoke, Inari ran into his room to put the weapon away and then ran outside. She fought the urge to shudder as he ran past. As far as she was concerned, no good could come of this. She'd have to slip into his room and remove the weapon before he came back in. With Inari out from underfoot, she was able to turn her attention back to the second issue that had earned her ire. Kakashi-san, why are you reading pornography in my living room? Because I'm not in the guest room, he replied in a rhetorical tone. Tsunami sighed. And if I asked you not to read it, you would ignore me, wouldn't you? He nodded. Yep. She frowned. Kakashi-san, may I ask why you are being so rude to me and my family? Kakashi looked up and closed his book. Tsunami-san, he said calmly. As far as I am concerned, I have been acting well beyond the rules of hospitality, considered the situation. Remember, your father falsely filed a mission, and in doing so lured my cute little Jinin, who mind you were on their first mission outside the village, into a situation which forced them to fight several extremely dangerous missing nin. This led to one of them almost dying and another being first poisoned, and then forced to kill over 30 men in hand-to-hand combat. As commander of Jinin Team 7, I had every right to leave you, your family, and your country to whatever fate Gato would have seen fit. But I didn't. I'm here. You're safe. He's dead. You're not. As far as I am concerned, I've earned a bit of leeway, wouldn't you say? Tsunami stood in place for a moment. There was a very real part of her that wanted to hit him with something large, heavy, and blunt. Sadly, though, as much as she wished otherwise, she couldn't fault his logic. Her father had lied, and in doing so endangered the lives of the man's students. It was understandable to her why he'd be a bit feckless in his social niceties, all things considered. In his place, she'd be absolutely seething. She sighed. He was right. Despite her father's foolishness, he still came. Her family had disrespected these ninja greatly and exposed 3 inexperienced children to a great, unexpected risk, but they still stood by their honor, and they fought and bled and killed for the sake of her family and her people. The simple fact was that the debt of honor owed to these ninja by her family far outweighed the petty discourtesy that she was being forced to endure. As much as it galled her, she was actually feeling ashamed for bringing this up. She must have seemed very selfish to him to forget this. I apologize for my impetuousness, Kakashi-san, she said, slipping into the most polite form of speech she was able. I understand that I owe much to you and your students, and all I ask is that you mind my attempts to run a pacific and comfortable household for my family. The ninja smiled. Of course, Tsunami-chan. She bristled slightly at his overly familiar language, but said nothing. After all, the debt she owed was so great that it was her place to endure such mild irreverence. But even so, here was one thing that was even beyond that debt of honor: her fears for her son. Kakashi-san, she said, her own fears coming to the forefront. Please do not give Inari ideas of becoming a shinobi. Besides my father, he is all that I have. If anything happened to him. Kakashi peeked his eyebrow. Is that what this is about? He laughed. Don't worry, I don't have any plans to sneak off with your kid and turn him into some emotionless killing machine. Tsunami blinked in confusion. But the dagger was given to him by Naruto, Kakashi said smoothly. He's taken shine to the kid and gave him a kunai so they could play ninja. She bristled slightly. Naruto gave my son a weapon? It's a practice kunai. It's blunted for training, he continued. Do understand that this is the first time Naruto's ever been outside the hidden village. Remember, Konohagakure is a ninja village. Every child is expected to attend the academy, and it has shaped our culture. To Naruto, Inari not having a training kunai to play ninja with was as conceptually alien as little girl not owning a doll. Tsunami blinked. She never realized that the culture of the ninja villages was so different than that of the outside world. While she was still extremely uncomfortable with Inari owning a ninja weapon, even if it was a blunted play weapon, she didn't feel entirely comfortable taking away a gift that Naruto had given him in good faith. She guessed that she would have to pray and hope he tired of it soon, and then once he did, carefully misplace it somewhere out of the way as not to encourage the idea any farther. Still, though, this did remind of what she originally wished to speak to the Jonin. Kakashi-san, she began, speaking of Naruto-kun, I have some concerns. Kakashi's attention became absolute. While she doubted she would ever be able to get an accurate read on a ninja of all people, she at least hopes that she was reading authentic concern in the man's features. Yes. Naruto-kun had shown some distressing behavioral patterns. When I confronted him about the ordeal with Hakusen last night, he became extremely withdrawn. While it is not my place to speak of such things, I have grown fond of the boy and you're concerned that he might have been neglected in some manner, Kakashi completed, somewhat shamefaced. Yes, she replied. Naruto is an orphan and was raised without the love and support of a proper family, Kakashi replied calmly. In addition, many of the villagers hold an irrational dislike of the boy, and while they did him no physical harm, they did little to make him feel welcomed and in many cases encouraged like behavior in their children. Tsunami gasped. That revelation was not one she expected and was not one she in any way welcomed. Naruto, while loud and boisterous as a truly good person, and the idea of him not only being raised without the proper love and support of a family, but having people disliking him for no reason and going as far to ostracize him with their children. That's horrible, she exclaimed, because there was nothing else that she could say to articulate her feelings. I know, Kakashi replied, but there was little that could be done to dissuade them. I do appreciate your concern, though. Naruto has a precious few people who care about him. If you truly wish to help him, let him know you care. Tsunami nodded and thought back to the blonde boy. That wonderful, kind, heroic, selfless boy that had protected her loved ones so furiously. The young man whose courage had brought hope and freedom to her country. He had given all of them so much and never asked for anything. And after all that, it turns out that despite the amount of kindness he was willing to show others, he'd been denied it himself. Despite the love he was willing to share, he'd never known that of a mother. She smiled. She would show him the best that she could. It was the least she could do. Kakashi smiled, reading the emotions on her face. Unlike most of the previous expressions of emotion she'd seen in the masked ninja, this seemed to be completely unguarded. Thank you. She smiled before taking a deep breath to ask her final question, the one that was not just on her mind, but was on everyone else's minds as well. Is Naruto-kun truly an Uzumaki? 4-4. Pakken was not a happy pug. Kakashi told him to follow these two, and he'd do it. Like it or not, he'd follow his orders, but he didn't have to like it. Honestly, though, he'd rather be sleeping. In fact, that is exactly what he'd been doing until he'd been summoned and set on this fool's errand. Follow them around. Kakashi had said to make sure she didn't do anything to endanger the boy or Konoha's interests. Personally, he thought that was a load of bullshit. From the smell of them, The only thing in danger was the boy's virginity. While it might not have been at the front of their minds, they were definitely attracted to one another. He could smell their hormones from across the room. Not surprising when you consider how close they got the night before, at least from what Kakashi told him. He just hoped they didn't sneak off and do the old breeding dance while he was on their tail. He'd be obliged to observe, and there were some things he just never wanted to see. Human screwing might not be on the top of that list, but it was damn close. Slowly, he moved to follow as the pair entered the constabulary, deftly ducking into the shadows to remain out of view while making sure to stay within earshot. He had to be careful. From the sound of things, the girl was extremely skilled, and he was under orders to avoid detection. Thankfully, there were quite a few good hiding spots. Now, admittedly, the view wasn't the best, but as a canine, his vision wasn't the best anyway, so it didn't really matter. Hey, if it's not the big damned hero, the man inside the building began once he laid eyes on the genin. I'm Kenvi. What can I do for you, Uzumaki-sama? I don't need anything, he replied, but Haku-chan. He glanced over to the girl. There was an awkward pause before the female replied. I would. She paused for a moment, trying to center herself. I would like. He paused, having difficulty putting her feelings to words. Made sense, too. She was coming in here to see her old man's corpse. If that didn't put you in a pretty awkward state, nothing would. The man frowned for a moment. Wait a minute. You're that girl who killed Gato, right? The female blinked and then nodded shallowly. Yes, I am. The male behind the counter grinned like a wolfhound. I have to give it to you. You did a mighty fine job, though a lot faster and cleaner than the son of a bitch deserved. The girl blushed. Thank you, but I do not take pleasure in the suffering of others. She paused for a moment, then added, no matter how greatly they may deserve it. He nodded. Yeah, fair enough. Anyways, I heard you were that Zabuza guy's daughter, right? Huh? Naruto asked in confusion. You heard about that already? Yeah. One of the guys told me right before you got here, Kenji replied. Naruto blinked in confusion. Wow, rumors must travel pretty fast around here. Small town, he said in a flippant tone, before looking to Haku. So, I don't want to seem insensitive, but I can really only think of one reason you'd be here. To see the body and collect his personal effects. Yes, Haku said in a sad voice as she lowered her head. It made Pakin feel a little down. He just knew that was going to be intruding on something very private, and for no good reason. Kakashi definitely owed him for this one. This kind of personal intrusion was worth at least 2 bones. And by that, he didn't mean just any bones, but those really tasty, special smoked gourmet ones that the Inuzuka make. The really big ones. All right, where do you want to start? The body or his stuff? He paused for a moment before commenting. The Jonin instructed us to keep the body from being disturbed. The constable paused. But since you're family, I guess you have the final say. Besides, if you're just going to view it, then that's not really disturbing, I guess. Thank you. She paused for a moment and asked, do you have Kubikurabocho? The man blinked. You mean that giant Zanbato he was lugging around? Yes. Yeah, Kenji replied. Took 3 guys to carry it in. It's sitting in the back room. He nodded. I see. Kenji frowned for a moment. So, where do you want to start? She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The body, please. All right, but I have to warn you. He sighed. Listen, kid, are you sure you want to do this now? Haku paused for a moment. I understand and value your sympathy, Kenji-san, but I feel that I have to do this. When Zabuza-sama died, it was too much to take in, Kenji replied distantly. It was too much to take in, too much to absorb. I didn't seem entirely real because the sheer magnitude of it was so great that you had problems wrapping your head around it all. You understand, Haku stated. Listen, kid, I don't think you'd find a person in his village over 35 who doesn't know exactly what you're talking about. I just had to give you fair warning. Thank you, Kenji-san. Your sympathy is appreciated. Kenji nodded. All right, I'll take you back. Pakin frowned as the two were lead into the depths of the building and scampered forward, trying to keep silent and out of sight, while at the same time staying close enough to hear them. Thus, he was none too happy when they ended at a large freezer door. Great. They were keeping the body in an over-glorified meat locker. That meant the only way he could hear them was to get inside with them. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Slowly, he watched as the constable opened the door and glanced inside. Zabuza's is the only body left, he chucked grimly and added. Between you and Uzumaki-sama here, we had quite the collection yesterday. Naruto blinked. What did you do with Gato's guys? We hang pirates around here, and those SA fuckers were close enough. They all dangling from the pier, he paused. Well, except for Gato. We crucified his ass, just like he did to Kaiser-san. Naruto blanched. So did Haku for that matter. Well, right. You kids can stay back here for as long as you need. You can leave any time you want. Thank you, Kenji-san, Haku replied. Hey, anything for Uzumaki-sama and the girl who put that son of a bitch down, he chuckled. The Kunoichi smiled slightly and took a deep breath and entered behind Naruto as Kenji opened the door for them. Taking this as his only opportunity, Pakin slipped in behind them before the door could be closed, hoping that he wasn't seen. He quickly took cover behind a large shelf sitting by the entrance. He winced slightly as he heard a muffled, "Was that a dog?" Nah, must be seeing things behind him as the door shut. Pakin felt a chill go down his spine. Damn, that was too close. Inside the room was basically a meat locker with wooden tables lined up against the wall. There were fresh red stains, probably still wet in places, covering the floors and tables. Off to the side, there was a mountainous pile of bloody sheets lying to the side, and to his sensitive nose, the stench of death was almost overwhelming. On one of the side tables, there remained a single, still covered corpse, still undisturbed. Gee, guess who that could be? Haku tensed, and Naruto held her hand and looked at her with concern as the two approached the body. Are you sure you're okay? Naruto asked her, his worry apparent. I have to do this, she replied as she reached for the top of the sheet with a trembling hand. Taking a deep breath, Haku pulled the sheet down and choked back a scream, almost losing her footing as his legs almost gave out underneath her. With tears trailing down her face, she clutched onto Naruto for support. Together, they stood for what felt like an inordinate amount of time as the girl vented her bottled-up emotions, weeping over the corpse of her dead mentor. Unable to put up with it any longer, Pakin sighed deeply and looked away. Oh yeah, Kakashi definitely owed him those bones. While they were ninja, there was still such a thing as simple good taste. The poor girl didn't need him intruding on her grief. There was absolutely nothing to benefit from watching this. Shaking his head in annoyance, he almost missed what the girl said next. Naruto-kun. Haku asked, I would like some time alone, please. All right, Haku-tyan. Are you sure you'll be all right? I'll be fine. Naruto nodded, and Pakin watched him walk out and close the door behind him. Then, he felt a sudden chill. It wasn't the kind of chill that runs down your back when something bad's about to happen, no. It was a general drop of the ambient temperature by several degrees, which of course caused just that kind of chill to run down his back as slowly and reluctantly turn around to look dead into the eyes of one extremely irate-looking kunoichi. Oh. Haku didn't even waste words replying to him. She simply reached down and lifted him by the scruff of the neck and brought him to eye level. Silently, Pakin cursed his own instincts, and his body reflexively went limp under the human's grip. He knew he could fight it, but he had a feeling that would simply result in him getting an icicle rammed somewhere all kinds of sensitive. You're one of Kakashi's Ninken, she stated, not asked. I remember you from the bridge. Pakin tensed and realized that she really was her father's daughter, as her killer intent added a palpable sense of dread to the already thick tension that hung in the atmosphere. He really hoped she wasn't going to take some of her frustration out on him. After all, he'd helped hold Zabuza in place when Kakashi killed him, so he was technically an accessory to his death. Yeah. He winced. Oh, great response. Why are you following me? She said coolly as the temperature of the room began to drop even further, causing their breathing to become visible. Oh, forget this shit. He wasn't going to deal with scary ice chick any more than he had to. I was told to keep an eye on Naruto and stay out of sight. She frowned. Do you really believe I am that naive? She asked with faux sweetness. I want you to remind Kakashi-san that I am not a prisoner to be tracked. You can tell him that I will not act against Konoha's interest, but I do not appreciate being spied on. She dropped him and glared. As for you, if I catch you following me again, I'll start investigating a good recipe for Basantang. Am I clear? Packen gulped. Right now, she smelled like frozen death, and he had a feeling she really wasn't kidding. Okay, you know what? Screw Kakashi. He wasn't going to end up in a pot of soup. He simply gave her a quick nodded and banished himself, vanishing in a poof of ninja smoke. There simply weren't enough bones in the world for this shit. 4-4-4. Haku frowned as she walked beside Naruto. She thought she'd been ready to see Zabuza's body, but she'd been wrong. Seeing him had only reopened a still bleeding wound. Shinobi were supposed to be masters of their emotions, but she'd been unable to contain her sorrow. She'd lost her control, and while she believed she knew Naruto enough to know that he would not think any less of her for doing so, having that blasted canine intrude on what should have been an intensely private moment was not only humiliating but made light of her loss. She could bear the embarrassment, but the disrespect given to her master's memory was unforgivable. Still, while angry, the fact that he'd seen fit not to claim Zabuza's head nor the Kubikurobocho did much to reduce her feeling from a seething rage to a nagging aggravation. She knew for a fact that the bounty on Zabuza's head was substantial, rivaling that of old maid Terumi and eclipsed only by the price on the Kirigakira no Kaijin. The Kubikurobocho was, on the other hand, was rightfully called a legendary weapon with an equally legendary bounty. The fact that he hadn't claimed it in the name of his village put her at ease. So, due to the fact that the storage scroll Zabuza used to carry it around when he was not in battle also survived. The weapon weighed more than an adult man, and carrying it around was a chore on a good day. In her current chakra-deprived state, she probably wouldn't have even been able to lift the damn thing. Taking a deep breath and running her fingers over the scroll tucked into the obi of her borrowed yukata for comfort. Zabuza had always claimed that without Kubikurobocho, he wouldn't have been the same man. It made him who he was, it was part of him, and thus by carrying it, she kept a piece of her old master with her. As they walked, she looked over to Naruto, who smiled at her. She gave him a weak smile in return. While having something to remember someone by could help grant closer, it was no replacement for the presence of good company, and Naruto was very good company. He was a kind person who knew true strength, and while their oaths to aid one another had been made in a moment of foolish drunkenness, she didn't regret it. Any of it, actually. She'd never been that close to a boy, and while he was a bit young, she couldn't help but turn red. She got goosebumps thinking about the things they'd done in that bath. She was glad that his sensei had stopped them before things became inappropriate. As she'd spent her entire life hiding as a boy, she'd never had an opportunity to learn the contraception jutsu. Having to ask Naruto's pink-haired teammate to teach her the technique would have been a mortifying crescendo to what was already an orchestra of embarrassment. She suppressed a shiver. Of course, things could always get worse. If the Pinkette didn't know it, then the sheer humiliation of having to ask Kakashi would have probably left her contemplating seppuku. You all right, Haku? Naruto frowned as a worried look crossed his face. You're looking a little red. You have a fever or something. She couldn't help but flush even brighter as it was brought to her attention. Ah, Haku, I think it's getting worse, he said with a grimace. Maybe we should get you to a doctor. No, she sighed. I mean to say I'm just thinking. That's all. He looked to her. You sure? Again, she sighed. Yes, I'm sure. Naruto blinked. Oh. He paused for a moment, then looked back to her. You think we could get something to eat? I'm getting kind of hungry. Haku paused for a moment. Considering they'd eaten only a couple hours ago, it said a lot about his metabolism that he was already hungry. Not that she wasn't feeling much the same, as nothing boosted the body's calorie consumption like trying to refill one's chakra supply. Between the chakra fatigue and the cute little sushi stand they'd walked past about 10 minutes back, she felt downright ravenous. Sadly, though, first things first. Maybe a little later, Naruto, there's something I need to do first. Maybe then we can pick up some sushi. Sushi? Isn't that just raw fish? Naruto grimaced. Goals. Can't get something good instead? Like ramen. Haku's eyes narrowed to slits, and her jaw clenched, and she slowed to a halt. What was that? Naruto-kun, she all but hissed, giving him a very dirty look. Naruto winced slightly at her cold, angry look. If she was feeling any more sympathetic this particular moment in time, she'd have felt very guilty at giving him the same kind of look that had haunted both of their childhoods. But right now, the honor of her favorite food was at stake. This was ground that around which even Zabuza had known to tread lightly. All the sushi I've had was pretty gross, but Konoha's pretty far from the sea, so the fish might not be very fresh and... So you're saying you've never had good sushi, she replied, calling down her glare from cold anger to simply righteous irritation. He blushed. Well, kinda. Let's just say me and fresh meat never had a really good relationship, and leave it at that. Haku blinked, wondering what he meant by that, though she had a feeling that the implications were unpleasant. Are you telling me you've never had sushi? She asked with not a small amount of intensity in her eyes. No. Yes. He blushed and rubbed the back of his head. I haven't. She was taken aback, almost as if she were struck. He never had sushi? Well, then I know what we're doing for lunch. That's for sure. Come on, Haku-chan. Can't we get ramen instead? Naruto whined. Haku glanced over, first fighting the urge to glare. Then, as she thought for a moment, fighting the urge smirk. Oh, she had the perfect answer in mind. Ugh, she grimaced. Ramen's far too salty. I can't understand how people can eat that stuff. Hey, now, this was what being a ninja was about, Naruto thought to himself. When Haku had said she was going to Zabuza's hidden base next, to look for supplies and equipment, he felt a bit excited. It wasn't every day you got to a chance to find a secret base ninja base and rifle through the drawers. Now he knew that all he was really doing was help Haku gather stuff that by all rights was her property, considering Zabuza had pretty much said she got everything. But that was boring. In all honesty, he preferred to pretend, at least to himself, that he was on some super secret ninja mission. It was more fun that way. Not that he'd say that to Haku. He didn't want to make it look like he was belittling her loss or anything. But as a child, he'd been forced to learn methods to throw a happy face on even the most depressing circumstances. It was a hard-earned skill that had all but saved his sanity. The hatred of the villagers became simply another challenge, a test on the path to becoming Hokage. The scorn of his classmates he explained to himself as them being jealous because he was so damned cool. The teachers not bothering to give him any time? That was okay. It's not like those idiots had much to show him anyways. Even Sakura's loud, constant, and violent rejection was due to, well, those dirty novels said girls played hard to get, right? It had reached the point that it wasn't even self-justification anymore. It had become an automatic defense mechanism to which he was only vaguely aware of, and it was something that he really didn't like to think about. After all, what was the point of tricking yourself into smiling through adversity if you just turned around and told yourself that it was all bullshit? It was just better to not think at all. After all, thinking leads introspection. Introspect leads to truth. Truth makes one face reality. And facing reality meant endangering the delicate house of cards that had basically been propping up his sense of self-worth for almost as long as he could remember. Given the choice of seeing this as an intensely personal moment of loss, recollection, and respect where they gathered the worldly belongings of her dead father figure, or an awesome mission to a missing nin's former hideout, he'd take the delusions, thank you very much. It kept him from having to think. So it was with that mindset that he passed through the final grove of trees and found himself looking at what was possibly the coolest building he'd ever seen. It was large, very large, far larger than what anyone would ever consider to be possible in the dense mangrove swamps that made up a good chunk of Nami's coastlines. It looked like, if nothing else, a giant conus seashell, the kind that had a large cone up top and a smaller cone on the bottom, instead of being built into foundations like a normal building it as a giant treehouse. It was built around a massive tree and supported by numerous cables anchoring it to the others around it. From the bottom spiraled a walkway, while the thick suspension cables also severed to support a number of bridges that lead into the branches of the surrounding trees. This was a truly unique structure that was obviously created by ninja for ninja. It was, again, the coolest building that Naruto had ever seen. "Awesome," he exclaimed, stopping in the trees to look at Haku. "How'd you guys get such a cool hideout?" Haku smiled. "We found it. It's an old hidden village outpost that was left abandoned decades ago." Naruto's already manic grin grew even more. An abandoned secret base. Who knew what awesome stuff could still be hidden in there? Glancing back, probably to see what was holding Naruto up, Haku looked at him and said, "Let's go." Naruto nodded. "All right, Haku-dian." Haku deftly leapt onto the massive trunk of one of the trees, landing just below one of the bridges. She slid to a stop against the bare trunk, using her hands and chakra to stick to it before planting her feet and walking up the side as if it were simply a path. Naruto momentarily thanked the kami that he'd had a chance to learn tree climbing before this. The bridge was at least 100 feet off the ground. There were absolutely no low branches, and the trunk was smooth enough that there were virtually no fingerholds. Chakra seemed to be the only way to climb. It would have been humiliating if he'd had to ask Haku to carry him, or even worse, muck around in the slimy swamp below to get to the spiraling pathway. Naruto followed her onto one of the suspension bridges, almost jumping in place, muttering to himself about how cool this was when Haku's arm suddenly shot out in front of him. "Naruto," she all but hissed. "Be quiet." Naruto blinked. He knew Haku was nice, so he wouldn't take it the wrong way. But he had to know, "What's up, Haku-chan?" She frowned. Something isn't right here. The door was left open. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Yeah, he'd been too busy focusing on how cool the place was that he'd missed obvious signs. The door was sitting slightly open, and that was kind of odd. "I see," he whispered, slipping into what, at least for him, passed as serious. "We gonna check it out?" She nodded and formed a pair of isenbon. "I'll take the lead, Naruto-kun." He nodded and followed. Slowly and silently they walked down the bridge to the entrance, taking great care not to make sound. She was really good, Naruto observed as he followed. He'd always been pretty good at the stealthy stuff and felt he had the right to judge. After all, how else could he get away with half the pranks that he'd managed to pull off over the years? Still, though, he had to keep his mind on task. Who knew what kind of bad guy ninja could be right through that door, waiting, and his eyes narrowed. Naruto's arm rocked out and grabbed Haku's wrist moments before she started to push on the open door. She froze and glanced at him. She looked intense and maybe a bit annoyed, but where Sakura would have probably hit him, she simply asked him, "What?" Naruto gently pulled her back and lifted his hand to signal that she needed to wait. Haku nodded and did as he bid her without complaint, looking a bit puzzled but allowing him to do his thing. He glanced at the door frame for a moment and scowled. Slowly he pulled away a kunai and very gently brushed a leaf away from the bottom of the jamb. There, wedged carefully in the bottom of the hinge, almost invisible to the untrained, was a small trigger. It was a simple but elegant one that he'd used many a time himself that almost never failed to work. Especially when part of he smiled and looked up, just as he thought. Almost never failed to work when part of fake out. Somebody here knew how to prank. "What is it?" Haku asked. "There's a trigger line hidden in the door jamb, and something balanced on the top of the door frame," Naruto replied calmly. Haku blinked, almost dumbfounded. "How did you—" Naruto gently shushed her. "I need to concentrate." She nodded obediently. He paused and muttered, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Two more Narutos appeared in place and looked at each other with a nod. "Right, boss," the first said as they stepped up to the door. The first knelt down and started pressing into the side of the trigger with a kunai to hold it in place, while the second looked over to Naruto and said, "Hey, you might want to get Haku-chan away from here, just in case." Naruto nodded and grabbed Haku's hand. We need to step away. She blinked, still a little dumbfounded, if only for a moment, before slipping back into fine control. Why? The problem with other people's pranks is you can't ever be sure that you've spotted all of them. Might want to leave it to the experts. Clone 1 saluted before making a shooing motion. Haku nodded and jumped into the trees, allowing Naruto to follow. Once they were in some cover, the first clone reached up into the door jamb and slowly pushed the door forward. Meanwhile, the second changed his grip from holding the trigger with the side of his kunai to pinning it to the jamb with the tip. And happily, nothing happened. Number 1 glanced in, scowled, and stepped around the door. A moment later, he emerged and gave Number 2 a nod, after which the clone vanished in a burst of chakra smoke. Naruto dropped down and glanced at the clone. So, what are we looking at? Sure as hell wasn't itching powder, the clone muttered, holding out 2 small stacks of explosive tags. Naruto frowned, almost insulted at the idea of the glorious art of pranking being perverted into something that caused harm in place of humor. Bastards. He glanced at the tags. While he was no expert in seals, to put it gently, for some reason nobody trusted him with them. He had a feeling that there was something strange with the seals on them. Carefully ficking deeper in his stack, he noticed the top ones were different than all the others. Something in his gut said that they were probably something like impact-sensitive flash seals. Not very powerful, but they go off quick, probably designed to set off the others. By the way, the clone added, it was a double fake out. The trigger line was hooked up to a trip line, just in case. Ambitious. Overly ambitious. Naruto frowned. Sloppy. It made it more difficult, and considering what they were using, more dangerous to set up. Would have been better just to set up another prank. Somebody was good, but not nearly as good as he thought he was. He carefully pulled the flash seals off the stack. All right, take those 2 and dump them into the swamp, he commanded to the clone, who jumped off the walkway with a quick nod. Glancing back to his pretty companion, he grinned. Haku-chan, we should be in the clear for now. Naruto, she asked calmly, what the hell was that? He laughed. Hey, you're talking to the prankster king of Konohagakure, Databayo. I've used this 1 more times than I can count. It's pretty decent, but if you know what to look for. She blinked. Why didn't you tell me you were a traps expert? Naruto blinked. Traps? I'm no expert. I'm pretty good at pulling pranks, that's all. You saw through this one like it was nothing, she stated. Naruto blushed. He didn't get what the big deal was. It really wasn't much. I don't use super cool ninja traps or anything. I just prank people when they're being jerks. Haku shook her head. Naruto, she sighed. We don't have time for this right now. Let's go, she replied before adding. I want you to keep an eye out for any more pranks. Naruto blinked for a moment, confused. He still didn't get it. As much as he'd like to think otherwise, throwing pain on the enemy wouldn't be useful in a ninja fight. Still, he'd do as she asked. 5. Somebody was going to suffer. Haku seethed to herself as she burst from her master's hidden headquarters with the force and fury of one of the Hounds of Hell. The entire place had been ransacked. Weapons, equipment, cash, even some of their clothing. Everything of value that wasn't nailed down was missing. Hell, several of the more impressive fixtures that had been nailed down were missing. She had some suspicions as to who did this. The explosive tags might be a giveaway, but no, she refused to let herself consider it. Maybe Zabuza was right. Maybe she trusted a little too easily. On the same note, she could be completely wrong. It was a bit of a gamble, but considering the sheer amount that had been stolen, she couldn't afford a second guess. Besides, did it really matter? She was going to hunt down the bastards who stole from her and throttle the stupid out of them. Haku, Naruto exclaimed, what's the... She shot him a dark look. I need a kunai. Please, Naruto-kun. Naruto paused for a moment, then nodded, holding one out. All right, here. But are you going to explain what? No time, she snapped, scanning the trees. A slight disruption in the branch cover, heading towards the sea, told her all she needed to know. They were kind enough to have left a rather obvious path. To her at least, but there again she was a train tracking nin, so she knew what to look for. Of course, so were most of her enemies. So if she could find your trail, they could find your trail, and in that case, not good enough. Zabuza would have beaten anyone who left a trail that's sloppy, senseless on general principle. She grinned viciously as she jumped into the woods. She'd just have to do so in her sensei's memory. There was something to be said about anger, how it affected your chakra levels. It let you draw deeper than you normally could have, and was another source of power that most people didn't consider. There was a reason for that, too. Running on rage burnt you out like nothing else. But right now, she was pretty close to spent already. She was sure she'd feel this in about an hour, but she didn't have time to make questions. She needed to move. If only they hadn't found the soldier pills that she kept in her underwear drawer. Her thoughts froze for a moment before her anger doubled up. They went through her underwear drawer. That's it. Heads would roll for this. 5-5. Haku was scarier than Sakura when she was mad. Of this, Uzumaki Naruto had no doubts. For the past 5 minutes, they'd been charging headlong into the swamps at her best speed, darting this way and that as she tracked whatever had looted her home with the clear intent of laying some serious punishment. He didn't know what was up really. From the looks of things, it was ninja, but if it was those hunter nin she was worried about, it would probably have been better just to wait for her to show up, not rob the place and run. Did Gato have other ninja on his payroll or something? Naruto hoped not, because with Haku in her current condition, he doubted she'd be much good in a fight. And if there was one thing that the last couple days had made clear to him, while he was good, he wasn't as good as he thought he was. Without Kakashi-sensei, this could be a really hard fight. His eyes narrowed when in the distance he saw an approaching clearing. Right? He grinned. Time to get wild. The two bust from the swamp onto a soggy shoreline. The seas were clear, the sky was bright, and in the distance one could see the hazy silhouette of the distant coastline of High No Kuni. If it wasn't for the fact they were standing in front of a muddy, stinking swamp, it would have been a really nice view. Damn it, Haku cursed. I think they got away, Naruto replied. I mean, I don't see any ninja around here. Haku glanced over and looked down at the shoreline. Hold on a moment, Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked. Huh? She glanced at him. Time for a quick lesson. That got his immediate attention. Do you see this? She asked, pointing down at a shallow, waterlogged rut in the sand, with some shallow footprints at the very water's edge. Naruto nodded. Yeah, what does it mean? She looked at him. What do you think it means? He frowned and furrowed his brow. He wasn't sure. He narrowed his eyes and thought about it. Looks like something heavy and narrow on the bottom was being dragged into the water. Like a boat or something. They were pulling a boat, and he knew it was more than one because there were footprints on both sides. In fact, one side seemed to have more footprints than the others, and he smiled. 3 sets of footprints and a boat. She smiled. Very good. Now look out on the water. Do you see any boats with 3 people on them? He looked out and narrowed his eyes. I see some boats, but I can't tell the number of people. They're too far away. She continued to smile. Very good, Naruto. Now you just have to go out there and find which one. Naruto frowned. Was she serious? Haku-chan, you sure that's a good idea? I really don't want to see your stuff get stolen, but I can't swim all that. So, you don't want me to teach you Funryu no Jutsu? Naruto's eyes narrowed, even as his face twisted into a grin. Awesome new Jutsu detected. Jutsu was being offered in payment for labor. Bribe accepted. Commence learning immediately. Okay, but he looked out to the water, but that's a lot of boats. She smiled. Oh, this is a simple technique, and one I think you're very well suited. He blinked. Huh, really? She smiled and nodded. I want to teach you water walking first, but I guess this is as good a time as any. The water jet technique is a method of faster underwater movement. As you've already figured out the Kirigakure no Jutsu and have been trained in tree climbing, you should already know the core basics. Because of its massive chakra consumption, most ninja do not learn it before becoming Chunin. But as your problem seems to be too much power, you're probably not going to have any problems with it. Naruto blinked. Okay, that wasn't that awesome a technique. It was cool, and all to be faster underwater, but he'd kind of been hoping for something that exploded. He paused and thought, did they have a block of elemental sodium in water? No jutsu? Because if so, he had to learn it. You simply form a single hair seal to help mold your chakra into water and then propel it out of your feet. Instead of trying to stick like you did to the tree, you try and push it away from your feet like a steam. It'll propel you underwater at high speeds without having to swim. Hey, he asked, pulling his mind away from his momentary tangent. That sounds real easy. Why were you going to wait to teach me? Because it's dangerous. If you use it poorly, you could drown. I wanted to wait until you were safer around water, or at least I had enough chakra to pull you out if I had to. He frowned. That made sense, but it made him wonder. Then why tell me now? I mean, I can't exactly learn this safe just like that. No, she admitted, and I don't want to see you playing with it before you're ready, but your shadow clones on the other hand. Naruto blinked. Yeah, good point. He smiled. Nobody cared if some stupid clones drowned or something. So, I use that move and go looking at all the boats to find the one with 3 ninja on it. Not quite, she replied. You see that boat? She pointed to one of the many. Naruto blinked and looked at it. To him, it looked just like, well, a boat. Not that he'd seen many boats before. That is a smaller boat than the others. He narrowed his eyes for a moment and frowned. I don't see it. It looks about the same size. Look carefully, she replied. Unlike most of the others, it doesn't have a mast, and you can make out the vague silhouette of human figures. It's an optical illusion. The others are probably several times the size, but much more distant. Ah, Naruto replied. That makes sense. So I check to see if there are 3 ninja on it. Yes, though they'll probably be underhinged. If there are 3 people on it, it's probably the right boat. If they're arguing like 3 morons, then it is most definitely the right boat. Oh, he blinked. So what do I do with it when I get there? She smirked. Sink it. They can swim. 5 to 5, 5. Shadow Clone 27 approached the bobbing boat in complete silence. To say he was ninja like would have been accurate, though it also would have been redundant considering he was a ninja and all. Well, at least a duplicate of one. Though to get him thinking, what was he really? Was he just a copy? Was he his own person? And what happened to him when he popped? Did he die? Did he even have a soul? Bah, nonsense questions. He was a ninja, and ninja willingly give their lives to complete the mission. And how could he not after what had happened to so many of his brother clones? This was a perilous challenge. So many had already fallen in this epic quest of boat interception. 1 through 12 had courageously given their lives, smashing into the bottom as they struggled to master this deadly technique. 12 through 24 had traveled too deep and been unable to come up for air, bursting horribly as their lungs screamed for air. Poor 25 had been the first to get close, only to be cruelly struck down by an oar. And brave 26 had rocketed ahead and sacrificed himself for the cause, smashing into the side of the boat to try and stun the occupants it with his own life. No, he'd go on no matter the cost. For his brothers, for the boss. For the mission he'd go on. He'd put his existential concerns to the side and make their sacrifices worth something. Anyways, he deftly approached the crafted and carefully peered up at his targets. As beautiful Haku had surmised, there was 3 of them. They were indeed morons, and they seemed to be in the midst of what could only be called a bitch fight in a canoe. They were all middle-aged. One was fat and bald. Another had a severe face and the worst hair he'd ever seen, and the final of the 3 had a huge afro with an equally huge receding hairline. He was sure that these were the targets, for no real trio of human beings could look quite as ridiculous as the 3 before him. Slowly, he bobbed his head to the surface, keeping careful to stay out of their point of view. "Carrie, you knucklehead!" exclaimed a harsh, angry looking with a bad bowl cut. "Look what you just did. You almost knocked Rory out of the boat." "Come on now," his fat, bald companion cried out pitifully, trying to stem his anger. "It's not my fault. I didn't do it." "Hey, cut it out," the third interjected. "You're shaking the boat." "Shut up, you," the loud one exclaimed before slamming his boot down onto his comrade's foot. And this was, in 27's eyes, the simple, stupidest thing he'd seen in his short life, as the aged wood of the boat, already weakened by his comrade's noble sacrifice, splintered and cracked under the impact. "A rough!" screamed the one with the balding afro. "My foot!" "Oh, no!" whimpered the fat man. "Now look what you boneheads have done!" roared Bullcut. "How the hell is this my fault?" cried the man with the injured foot as he hopped about in place, knocking the boat about. "Relax, guys. It's all just circumstance," said the fat one gently, trying to defuse the situation. "I'll show you circumstance," the severe man with the big nose roared. "I'll kill you." He lunged forward, but his movement, along with the hopping of his newly injured ally, knocked the boat for a loop, sending all three into the water. Clone 27 looked up and winced as he saw what was coming. It was lucky that he was the last of his brethren, for he would hate to have been remembered as the clone that was killed by flying fat man's ass. 5-5, 5-5. Back on shore, Naruto's palm struck his face with a loud smack. "You've got to be shitting me," he muttered to himself. Haku looked over, somewhat confused by his actions. "Huh? Nothing." Naruto sighed and shook his head. "Seriously, those three are ninja?" Haku sighed, shooting Naruto a long-suffering look as he was bombarded with painful memories of serial stupidity. "Sadly, yes." "Oh," Naruto muttered, shaking his head. "Say, what was it you were going to tell me before when I was talking about pranks?" Haku smiled, allowed herself to be distracted for a moment as she glanced out at the sea. In the distance, they could see the boat going down as the three scrambled to climb back in and bail water out of it at the same time, only accelerating its already rapid descent into the deep with their bungling. It was like watching a wagon crash in slow motion, and she had to wonder, was she a bad person for being amused as hell by it all? Taking a deep breath, she put her mind back on focus. "Yes, Naruto. Traps." "Right," she said. "Naruto, you claimed that you were a prankster, not a traps expert, right?" He nodded. "Yeah, pranks are cool, but it's not like I know any awesome trap jutsu or anything." "Trap jutsu?" Haku had to ask herself. Was he serious? "Naruto, I'm no expert in the field, but from what I've seen, well, except for maybe creative use of advanced Fuinjutsu techniques, there's no such thing as cool trap jutsu." Naruto blinked and for a moment looked as if someone had just told him that the New Year's festival had been canceled. "There aren't." "No," she replied. "Most traps are just simple, cleverly set tricks like the ones you saved me from earlier." "They are?" Naruto asked. "I mean, that was just a prank with a bomb. I mean, what kind of jerk sets a prank that'll kill someone?" "Naruto," Haku replied calmly, and feeling just a little annoyed due to how tired she was starting to feel. "The only difference between a prank and a trap is that a prank is intended to humiliate the target while a trap is designed to harm the target." Slowly, a somewhat terrifying smile came to Naruto's face as his blue eyes lit up with what could only be called unholy fire. "You're telling me that all my pranks, the stupid, silly pranks that I use play on the villagers when they're being jerks, they're all actually super awesome ninja techniques?" Against her better instincts, Haku answered honestly. "Yes." 5-5, 5-5, 5. Sasuke sighed deeply as he swallowed a mouthful of rice. For once he actually missed the dumbass. Honestly, eating with his team minus Naruto was a chore. While annoying in his own right, Naruto at least ran interference for him with Sakura. Without his comrade around to keep her annoyed, she thought it was time to talk about romantic nonsense with her true love. Kakashi was no help. Rather, he seemed to passively encourage it for his own amusement. "Blah, blah, blah. True love. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go on a date. Blah, blah, blah. Soulmates. Etc. 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 Ad nauseum." Half of him wanted to smash his head into the table until he was no longer capable of hearing her pedantic ranting. The other half of him wanted to smash her head into the table until she was no longer capable of producing her pedantic ranting. At least she wasn't as bad as Ino, he reflected. Close, but not as bad. Though thankfully the two of them decided to break off their friendship and fight over him. Because for as obnoxious as it was, the idea of being double-teamed by them was the stuff of nightmares. Or wet dreams. Mostly nightmares. Suddenly a chill went down his spine, and his head shot up with a jerk. Kakashi sounded, looking up from his meal. Something the matter, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked with great concern for his well-being. I don't know, but I feel like somebody just walked over my grave. 5 to 5, 5 to 5, 5 to 5. Oh, Tsunako, you naughty girl, giggled the Sandame Hokage in all of his might and glory as he sat in his office, nose deep in his student's latest edition. He had to admit it, for all of his flaws as a man, Jiraiya was a true genius as a writer. The epic story of Jimaru and his never-ending quest for love and glory was a true masterpiece of shinobi literature. Why? It was almost as wonderful as the secret intelligence reports skillfully encoded within the pages of every volume of Ica Paradise. He'd, of course, send it down to the cryptanalysis team for decoding once he was finished, but until then, he would enjoy his unedited pre-release draft in all of its glory. This was one bit of paperwork that he never minded attending to. It was then that a loud crack yanked him from his happy place. Over 50 years of experience as one of the world's most dangerous ninja snapped him from dirty old man to seasoned killer as his eyes jerked to the source of the noise. On his wall, there was a small mirror that he kept in order to ensure that he remained presentable at all times. After all, as Kage, he was the face of the village and thus expected to be presentable at all times. It had cracked spontaneously. He frowned. This was a bad omen. Something terrible has just happened. 5 to 5, 5 to 5, 5 to 5, 5. This was awkward, Naruto had to admit. While he was happy to know that he had an unexpected super awesome ninja skill that he'd have to put to good use, he had a feeling that the maniacal laughing had maybe been a bit too much. Haku was looking at him funny, and he had no idea what to say. So he didn't. He was sure this would blow over. He hoped. He sighed. Hey, Haku-tian. She slowly glanced over. Yes, Naruto-kun? He blushed. I'm sorry I got a little over the top there, but I was just excited to know that my mad pranking skills were actually, well, useful, Databayo. She smiled. If it wasn't for the split lip and bruised cheek, she'd have looked radiant. As it was she was giving of that aura of hot girl with an abusive husband, which, considering he was the one who'd caused those injuries, made him feel kind of guilty. Though she had been an enemy, and she'd made him think that she was a guy, and that she'd killed Sasuke, but he knew from reading novels that those kinds of guys came up with all kinds of excuses, and Haku-chan, he said, shutting up his blasted internal monologue, I'm sorry I beat you up. Don't be foolish, she snapped. W what? Naruto exclaimed. She frowned at him, and for the first time since they met, she looked honestly disappointed in him. Naruto-kun, I was your enemy. Don't be foolish. You did what you had to do. Yeah, I know, he whined, but you're my friend now. She paused for a moment and then giggled slightly. Is that what this is about? You're seeing my injuries and feeling guilty. He paused for a moment and then nodded slightly. Yeah, it is. She sighed and shook her head before giving him another radiant smile. Don't feel guilty, Naruto-kun. The fact that we are friends now does not change that we used to be enemies. I know, but... He paused for a moment and sighed. I just don't like hurting people. I mean, I know I'm a ninja, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. I feel the same way, Haku admitted. I'm proud of it, and I'd like to believe that Zabuza-sama was as well. Even as he chided me on my soft heart, he never attempted to force me to harden it. Her eyes narrowed somewhat as she glanced at the beach, and Naruto decided to follow her gaze. The three ninja from the boat were almost ashore. He had to admit they'd made pretty good time. Even he would have had some trouble making such good time. He glanced back to her and said, Haku, you know these guys. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. He really should have asked when she'd pointed out that they'd be acting like idiots, but he'd been broadsided by the realization that his pranks were actually ninja techniques. He grinned. Speaking of which, he'd been letting himself go to seed. He'd need to get some training, and once he got back to Konoha, Ignoring the savage grin that slowly crossed his features, she responded, "Yes, I do." He blinked. "So who are they?" "Hakul Fronid Somivut. I'll explain in a little while. Let's get ready to greet the idiots," she said in a grouchy tone he normally wouldn't have expected from her. She started up the beach and towards the shore. Naruto sighed and followed. Meanwhile, the three were finally to the point where they could drag themselves through the surf, offering Naruto his first good look at them. The first thing that struck him was that they were actually kind of young. Older than him for sure, probably around Haku's age. They were also all identically dressed, with camouflage shirts worn under tan vests with scroll storage pouches on the front and Hittite worn in the proper place. If he had to make a bet, he'd guess that they probably identified them as being from Kirigakure no Sato. They all looked physically similar, with the similar bland features and lazy eyes. In fact, they looked almost identical, discernible at range only by their slightly different take on the theme of spiky black hair. One of them, he noted with a chuckle, had the same ducks but hairstyle that Sasuke wore. "You dimwits," the one with the duck but groaned as he pulled himself out of the water and landed face first on the beach. "When I can feel my arms again, I'm gonna murder the both of you." "Ugh," groaned the second to the beach, this one with similar but formless back swept spikes. "Come on, Mao. Accidents happen. How about you come over here, Rory, and I'll show you an accident." The first, now identified as Mao, growled at the others. "Oh, boy." The third, whose hair was almost the same as the second, only slightly shorter, moaned bitterly as he joined them on the beach. "Not more of this. Come on, guys." "Don't come on, guys, me, you're imbecile. One job. You knuckleheads had one job. One job. Row so we could get out of here before." "Before what?" The three of them paused and visibly tensed. Slowly, Mao turned his head to look up and found himself with a ground-eye view of Haku's pretty pink yukata that almost had him jealous. Just a little glance up, and well, Haku had snuck up on them while they were bitching at each other, and now she was right in front of them, an annoyed look on her face as she fingered the kunai that he'd given her in a manner that probably would have seemed somewhat menacing if he was on her bad side, and he didn't know she was almost out of chakra. "Oh crap," Mao whimpered, earning a glare from Haku. "What the hell do you idiots think you were doing?" Haku snapped. "Your orders were clear. If anything happened, you were to go to ground and await instructions." Mao glared back up at her. "Yeah, and then you went and got your butts kicked by the tree huggers," he grumbled. "What did you expect us to do? Wait for them to squeeze our location out of you? Or, oh, I know. We could have stayed in place like three good little patsies and wait for the Oinen to show up and tortured us to death. Sounds neat. He kind of has a point." "Shut up, Kuri. If I needed your help to argue my point, I'd swim back out and drown myself." "Oh, and what exactly did you idiots intend to do?" she asked. "You had good cover." He glanced up. "Well, from what I've heard, Kiri Hunternin aren't allowed to operate inside Fire Country. Plan was to go to another hidden village and throw money at them in hopes they'd take us in. Or maybe see if that new village in Rice Country could use someone competent. And if you found someone who was, I'm sure they'd just snatch them right up," Haku snapped. "Come on, Haku, don't be that way," groaned Rory. Haku sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Cammy, help me." "Hey, Haku," Kuri asked, "how'd you escape anyways? Not like I'm not glad to see you, but you might have some of those leaf neen on your tail." "I didn't escape," she replied calmly. "What? What? What?" She sighed. "Naruto-kun, come over here." He grinned and jumped into view. "All right, Haku-chan." Mao groaned and face planted into the sand. "So, Okama-chan, this is it? You sold us out? You're a real piece of work, you know that." "Actually," she replied, "they want me to join their village for my bloodline. I was going to make accepting you three stooges a condition." Carrie almost jumped to his feet, or at least tried. He managed to sit up. "Really? You mean no more missing mean stuff?" Naruto glanced over to Haku and gave the three another look. "Haku-chan, who are these guys?" "They were Zabuza-sama's Genin team," Haku replied. "They followed him into exile." "No brows had a Genin team?" Naruto winced, actually a bit appalled by the idea. That couldn't have been much fun. Followed him into exile. Mao laughed as he sat up. Well, that's one way to put it, Okama-chan. OST glinted. When Psycho Sensei forced us to try and help him kill the Mizukage, we were pretty much screwed either way, so we got while the getting was good. Haku dvit shit. Show some respect. He protected you. Protected us? Mao growled as he stood up. It's his fault to begin with. He's the one who terrorized us into stealing a copy of Yagura's seal. He's the one who forced us to come up with some way to disrupt it. That blood-crazed maniac is the reason we're on the run to begin with. Haku growled, and a spike of killing intent shot filled the beach. In a blur, she had the kunai out and was pressing it into his left nostril, pulling slightly, forcing the young man to his tiptoes to keep from getting cut. And right now, the only thing keeping you alive is my sense of obligation and my desire to honor Zabuza-sama's memory. But if you keep disrespecting him, I will make sure that you live just long enough to regret it, she all but roared. She gave the kunai a slight tug. Do I make myself clear? One of the others stepped forward, his hands raised in a disarming manner. Hey now, let's not get too hasty, boss. Shut up, Rari, she hissed before repeating herself. Do I make myself clear? Igriegajia. I can't hear you, she growled. Crystal. She withdrew the kunai and took a deep breath. While the three seemed to miss it, she almost lost her footing. To them, she probably looked like she was shaking with rage, but to Naruto, it looked like exhaustion. He was starting to worry. She took a deep breath. Good. Now, hand it over. W what? Don't be cute, she crossed her arms. I know you took Zabuza-sama's things. They're mine by right. Hand them over. Mao sighed and nodded. Right. Give her the stuff from the hideout. Rari paused for a moment and then pulled out a couple of scrolls which she snatched from his hands. Good. Now the rest of it. The rest of it? Mao asked. That's all we got. Don't pretend that I'm stupid, she replied coldly. You were in town yesterday, when Zabuza-sama fought on the bridge. If the contents of our headquarters were all that you decided to run off with then you'd have been long gone by now, she paused. Besides, I know you. HRRRMPH. Carrie growled in frustration. Mao, I told you were getting greedy. Gah, Mao growled. Kuri, you dimwit. He already figured it out, Mao. There aren't nothing to hide, he said as he pulled out another pair of scrolls. Haku snatched the scrolls from his hands. What's in them? She demanded. Kuri scratched the back of his head. Well, we were keeping an eye on Gato's place like Sai. Zabuza-sensei told us when we saw him leave with all his guards. So we decided it would be a good time to slip in and, well, snag some stuff. She scowled. Define stuff. Well, he flushed. Well, we got his safe and deeds and records and, well, I guess you could say we got his cash and paperwork. The important stuff. Pretty much everything, really. Haku smiled for the first time since they pulled themselves to shore. Good job, Kuri. He grinned, basking in the positive reinforcement. Thanks. Hey, it was my idea. Shut up, Mao. After a moment, Rari reluctantly spoke. Boss. She sighed. Yes, Rari. We were kind of the ones who got it, so we're kind of entitled to a cut, right? Haku looked at the two scrolls thoughtfully for a moment and then handed them to Naruto. That's up to Naruto-kun to decide. Naruto blinked in confusion while Mao seemed to go completely white. What are you doing? He exclaimed. She glared at him for a moment and then smiled at Naruto. I trust him to do what is right with the contents of those scrolls. Ugh, he groaned. We're going to have to take orders from a midget now, aren't we? How old is he? 10. Hey, Naruto growled. Who are you calling a midget? He's stronger than I am, Haku observed. Mao's eyes almost bulged and her turned an interesting shade of purple before stammering out. Hey, out with the old boss and in with the new. That's what I say. I'm Tasaki Mao, and these are my brothers Kuri and Rari. He paused for a beat. Please don't kill me. Well, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to be the strongest Hokage ever, Databeo. Uzumaki. Mao sputtered, turning a ghostly shade of white. Oh, Rory stammered out, looking just as frightened as his brother. Curry whimpered. What's going on? Naruto asked. When they heard his name, they looked like they'd seen a ghost. A scary one at that. Yes, Haku said, what is going on? Mao grinned. Haku, this might not be the best place. Her eyes narrowed, and she crossed her arms, a deep scowl marrying her pretty face as she tapped her foot expectantly. Why, all those scrolls we got? The ones on Fuinjutsu that we like so much. Yes. He gave Naruto a sideways glance with a big stupid smile on his face. Well, where do you think my family got them? She sighed deeply, rubbed her temple, and shook her head. You know what? Yes. It can wait. Hold on, Naruto muttered in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Curry blinked. You don't know. What should I know? Nothing, Mao exclaimed. Absolutely nothing. Really, nothing to know here. Not at all. This is a no-knowing zone. You've got that right, Haku muttered under her breath, bitterly. Naruto glared at him. You gotta be kidding. Did they really expect him to swallow that load of bullshit? Haku looked over to Naruto. Naruto-kun, can we please discuss this later? Maybe after lunch? Please. He sighed. He could see how tired she was. All right, Haku, let's go get some. He groaned. Oh, he was going to regret this. He just knew it. Sushi. She smiled and glanced at the trio. All right, let's go. With that said, they began towards the town in blissful silence. At least at first. Boss, Rory asked. How sighed and glanced back. What is it now, Rory? Well, I hate to say this, and I don't mean to offend you none, but you kinda really need a new look. Haku blinked in confusion. What? I mean, the whole dude looks like a lady thing. You kinda pull it off really good, but it's pretty creepy. I mean, wearing pink is one thing, but panties and, well, are those falsies? I mean, seriously, man, it just ain't right. Makes a guy feel a bit unsettled in his sexuality, if you get my meaning. Haku paused for a moment before face palming with a groan. I'm actually a girl, you idiot. He blinked. No, you're just pulling my leg. You've got to be. You said you're a boy one too many times for me to buy that. Really, Naruto added. She is. He blinked. How'd you know? Bath accident, Naruto stated, wearing a blush and an indignant look from Haku. Don't ask the details. You mean you've seen the goods? And he's a she. That means those soldier pills were hidden in. His eyes went wide, and he was blasted backwards by two fonts of blood exploding from his nostrils. Curry stood in place for a moment, and then fist pumped into the air. Whoa, still straight. Everyone looked at him. It was an awkward silence. Stupid sexu fuku. If Hitaki Kakashi had to describe his mood, he'd probably say it was somewhere between a benign sense of exasperation and outright annoyance. Hatu. He needed to have words with that girl. Polite words, yes. But words would be exchanged for she'd done two things that had raised some mentionable issue. First, there was Pakin. While he trusted her enough to grant her a degree of parole, she was still technically an enemy combatant being held under observation. He understood that she valued her, for lack of a better term, intimate personal moments. He also regretted, to a degree, that Pakin had been required to intrude. But the simple fact was that it had indeed been required. He needed to know what she was doing and where she was at all times, not only for the sake of his team, but for her own. In the case that Kirigakure were detected as Ninkan, were under strict orders to inform him immediately. Her bloodline would do the village absolutely no good if she was raped to death, and her body left desecrated beyond all study in a shallow, unmarked pit grave. Besides, all things considered, she was a good kid, and nobody deserved to end up like that. That accounted for his exasperation. The girl was being difficult, but he was sure she'd be more reasonable once he spoke to her. His annoyance, though, that was entirely due to the three slouch forms that were dutifully following her and his subordinate back into town like a trio of lost puppies. She hadn't mentioned them. That annoyed him very much. Now, he could understand why. After all, Those who did not protect their comrades were the lowest form of filth. But at the same time, this was one more unexpected factor thrown onto a mission that was already a grand pile of unwelcome surprises that had been dumped on his head from on high. It had also put their lives in danger. After all, if he'd found 3 unknown Kirikigure shinobi creeping around the countryside, there could have been a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding between ninja all too often ended with one or more parties on the slab. And if appearances were at all anything to go by, it would not have been him. That would have made for a very awkward moment indeed, and one he would not appreciated one bit. Yes, he definitely needed to have words with her. Strong words, but polite nonetheless. He suspected she intended to do the same, both to complain about Pakin and explain the identities of the 3 following her. That would be unacceptable. By initiating the contact, she would be in a slight position of strength. He couldn't allow that. The girl needed to be reminded of the realities of her situation. She needed to be reminded that she was not in control, and that meant he'd need to be the one to establish contact. Of course, this also brought into play his very own personal wild card, Uzumaki Naruto. From what he'd been able to gather about the girl, she was a born follower. Not only that, but she prided herself on being a good follower. And having already bonded with the boy over their superficially similar backgrounds, she dutifully attached herself to his loud-mouthed genin. Almost at the hip, he thought to himself with a suppressed giggle. As long as Naruto was around, she was controllable, if not directly, then through him. That was the positive. The negative was that Naruto was passionate and unpredictable, which meant he had to handle this situation in a careful manner. Naruto helped ensure her loyalty, but in turn he was viciously protective of the people he cared about. He could not afford to undermine his authority by letting his genin go off on a tangent. He needed to be gentle but stern and possibly introduce a superficial compromise option to placate Naruto and subtlety reinforce his control over the situation. Yes, sounded good, but now he just had to wait. He could show himself now, but he wouldn't. Since Haku was obviously taken with his beloved student, he'd treat her like he would any other student, and that meant teaching her an important life lesson in the most entertaining way possible. He'd toy with him a bit. He'd follow and let just a hit of his presence be known. Then at the moment of maximum paranoia, he'd step with a smile on his face and a bounce in his step, both for the sake of making his point and for the sheer bloody self-amusement of seeing them jump clear out of their skins. He smiled. He loved being a ninja. 6. For the 5th time in as many minutes, Haku glanced over her shoulder. There was that feeling again. Something wasn't right. It was like someone was watching her. She didn't like it. As someone who was used to being hunted, her instincts about such things were very good, and that feeling was one that put her on edge in a way that little else could. It left her tense and afraid, especially now with her chakra in such a sorry state. She wanted to flee, to run for cover and find a place to hide, a place to recover her chakra and plan what to do next, but she couldn't. That would let her pursuers know that she knew she was being followed. That would spring the trap, and in doing so would both doom the morons and possibly put Naruto in danger. She couldn't allow that. It was unacceptable. She'd soldier on, act like nothing was wrong, and then slowly maneuver to safety. Right now, the safest place was in Kakashi's company. The second safest place would be in a public place, surrounded by civilians and in plain sight. While the Mizukage was a paranoid maniac and his hunter needed sadistic monsters, Kiri still required outside contracts to pay the bills. Attacking her in public would reflect poorly on the village and could negatively affect the bottom line. Ideally, she should find Kakashi as soon as possible, but she didn't know where he was at the moment, and the time needed to find him would leave her open to an attack that she had no hope of withstanding. Well, there's the sushi stand, Naruto said with a sigh. Let's get this over with. Normally, she'd take mild offense to someone taking her favorite food so lightly, but right now, she was honestly too terrified to care. Instead, she simply kept up her act and smiled. Oh, don't be like that, Naruto-kun. Come on, try and enjoy it for me. Please, if it's to be my last meal, at least enjoy it together with me. Please. He let out a sigh and said, "All right, Haku-chan. After all, you've helped me out so I can give it a go." She smiled and fought the tears that were threatening to well up. "Thank you." Slowly, she moved her hands down to Naruto's and grasped it, squeezing tightly for strength as she struggled to maintain her composure. This earned her an inquisitive look from Naruto. She just smiled. "Hey," Mao cut in. "You want us to go somewhere else? I mean, you seem to have a moment going here." "No," she snapped, maybe a bit more intensely than she intended. "You three are coming with. In fact, I do not want you to leave my sight. Not for a moment." "But what if I have to use the bathroom?" Carrie complained. "Not for a moment." Mao blinked. "You tense or something?" She fought down both a shudder and a grimace of disappointment. Those idiots didn't suspect a thing. "I'm fine." She glanced over to a bewildered Naruto. "Come Naruto-kun. Let's eat." He blinked. Right, Haku-chan." The stand was relatively large as far as open-air sushi bars went, with easily enough room for the five of them, and it was nice and open and in public view. She'd had to just hope that if they mingled long enough that Kakashi would come looking for his student. Behind the counter of the bar was an older couple, probably in their late 50s. A jolly-looking man with a wide face and a wide smile, and a matronly-looking woman with kind eyes. She felt guilty for literally bringing danger to their doorstep. "Uzumaki-sama," the man exclaimed with a smile, and "Haku-sama." Both of them bowed. "We are honored that you would grace our humble establishment." Naruto grinned and scratched the back of his head. "Well, sushi isn't really my thing, but it's Haku-chan's favorite, so we're here for her." "Not your thing?" The man looked aghast, before winking to his wife. "Honey, I think I know just the thing we need to make to help Uzumaki-sama feel at home." The woman giggled. "I know what you're thinking, dear. Making it will make me feel young again." They laughed, leaving Haku looking a bit confused. Naruto, as well from the look of him. He chuckled again and looked back to the group. "You look over the menu and tell me anything you want. For the heroes of Wave, all you can eat, no charge." Haku's eyes went wide, and she could feel her mouth starting to water as her stomach made a loud, growling sound. For a moment, she completely forgot about the sword dangling over her head as she processed what he just said. "Sushi? All you could eat?" She grabbed the menu, so quickly the air almost cracked. "I'll order for myself and Naruto-kun." "What about us?" Kuri asked. He glanced at them for a long moment. "I didn't see you three fighting on the bridge." "Ah, we were helping out somewhere else. Ain't that right, okay, Dash? Haku-san." Haku frowned for a moment. "Yes, they were," she tensed, gritting her teeth slightly, "useful. Is that right?" Haku felt a hand on her shoulder and literally jumped with a high-pitched female screech. Her tension being released all at once like a wound coil. Spinning around in place, she swung her kunai, narrowly missing the smug face of Hitaki Kakashi, who leaned away from her strike like he was dodging a blow from a playful kitten. "Mama, Haku-chan," he said, "watch where you swing that thing. You could put someone's eye out." Haku stood in place wild-eyed, red-faced, and panting, her nerves frayed from the shock, but at the same time so relieved by the Jonin's presence that she almost wanted to hug him. Kakashi was here. She was safe. As for Kakashi, he was standing in place, one hand still on Naruto's shoulder, looking oh so very amused. "Imagine seeing you crazy kids here and with three new friends. How are you boys doing today?" He smiled and glanced at the three genin who'd gone ghost white in the presence of the foreign Jonin. We're fine," Rari squeaked. "Why, yeah, just great," Mao added. "How you doing, Kakashi-san?" Carrie added with a smile, earning an incredulous look from his brothers. "Carrie," Mao whispered a bit too loudly to keep it from being heard by all. "The hell are you doing?" He asked how we're doing. It's only polite to ask him back. "Ugh, you moron," Mao grumbled. "I like him," Kakashi stated with a smile, before glancing at Mao. "You, not so much." He looked back to Haku with a peaked eyebrow. "You all right, Haku-chan? You seem a bit tense." She blinked. "A bit tense? Wait, If she could feel that she was being watched, then a Jonin of his caliber would definitely be able to. Then why would he need to ask? Unless, that son of a bitch. How long were you following us? Kakashi smiled and reached for one of the stools. I have no idea what you're talking about. He glanced at the confused-looking bar owner. Mind if I join in? Of course not, Jonin-sama. Kakashi grinned and slipped into the stool between Haku and Mao, causing the fidgety Genin to slowly rise to his feet. Don't move on my account. And then sat right back down. She frowned deeply. So, no idea what I'm talking about then? He smiled. Not a clue. So, I guess there really is a hunter Nin stalking us then. The brothers all froze in place, and Naruto looked confused. Kakashi just chuckled. Spoil my fun, he commented before adding. So, Pakin said the two of you discussed cuisine. Something about making soup. Her face darkened. Was this revenge for frightening his pug? What's she talking about, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Kakashi-sen ordered one of his ninkin to stalk me, she replied coolly. He followed me when we went to see Zabuza-sama. Mama, stalk is such a strong word, Kakashi replied. Remember, in the eyes of Konoha, you are not yet a friend. Hey, Naruto cut in, she's my friend. But not the villages, Kakashi countered, not yet. Besides, you're watching out for her is why I have no problem letting her walk about. Naruto blinked. Really? He nodded. You're a good judge of character, Naruto-kun. Haku, Kurunet. She wasn't buying it. Then why have your dog follow me? For your own protection, he replied. Yes, Pakin was under orders to observe you, but he was also under orders to report in the moment he saw even the slightest hint of a hunter team. After all, you're valuable to the village. He smiled. But most importantly, Naruto sees you as a friend, and that means that I'm obliged to protect you with my life. She blinked in confusion. She failed to see the logic. What? He nodded. I know Naruto. He holds his friends to be very precious to him and would give everything to protect them. Isn't that right, Naruto-kun? Naruto nodded. That's right. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you, Haku-chan. And as his comrade, I'll die before I let anything happen to him. After all, those who abandon their comrades are the lowest form of scum. Ergo, he'll die to protect you, and I'll die to protect him. So, as long as one of my cute little subordinates is keeping an eye on you, I promise that I'll be there to keep you safe, he shrugged. Besides, the Konoha Shinobi Code offers customary protection to all ninja who express the desire to defect. What about us? Rari asked. Kakashi glanced over. Who are you again? Haku shook her head in amusement. While before she didn't like Kakashi, now she paused. Actually, she still didn't like Kakashi, but at least now she understood Kakashi. Well, at least a little bit, and what she found was at least something she could respect. It was no wonder that Kakashi was so strong. Only someone who fought to protect his precious people would have been strong enough to defeat Zabuza. And while she was not precious to him, Naruto was, and since she was precious to Naruto, Kakashi would protect her for Naruto's sake. She smiled and looked up to him, only to find him nose deep in an orange novel that she knew very well to be pornographic, a book which he was shamelessly reading in public. Her smile quickly faded only to be replaced by a twitch. No, she decided right then and there, she didn't respect Kakashi, even if she could understand him somewhat. 6-6. 127. Sasuke grunted. 128. This time he groaned. 129. Sweet Kami, his abs were on fire. 130. Sasuke-kun, would you like to go with me into town to get some Amitsu with me? No, you insufferable shrew. I want to get up to 150 before taking a rest. And if you were any kind of real ninja, you'd have spent at least part of the day training rather than spending the entire time bothering me and reading Harlequin romance novels like some kind of low-rent version of Kakashi. Of course, Sasuke didn't say this. His mother had raised him to be polite, and in her memory, he'd at least make an attempt to remain as such. While he knew well, and cared little that he came off as aloof and cold. It was mostly because, frankly, everyone else sucked, and it was all he could do to keep from telling them how much and why. No. 131. One of the advantages of tree climbing, Sasuke reflected, was coming up with new and interested ways to push his body to surpass his old limits. Inverted squats were something new he'd just come up with, and so far they were not disappointing. Basically, they were just like normal squats, only instead of doing them standing on the ground, you do them while using your chakra to stick to the underside of a tree branch. The effects of gravity, combined with the chakra drain and focus needed to keep attached, made them much more difficult and, hopefully, much more productive than a normal squat. 132. As Sasuke fought a winning battle with his own limitations, he watched as Tazuna arrived home, only to be instantly met outside the door by a concerned-looking Tsunami. Whatever she said had a great effect on the man, as he recoiled almost physically when told whatever it was that she'd told him. Frowning somewhat, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and focused. While underdeveloped and still untrained, it did grant him almost unparalleled perceptive ability. 133. While lip reading wasn't exactly the greatest of his talents, he was able to pick up on some of the conversation. They were discussing Naruto, and Tazuna was saying something about speaking to someone about him. Sasuke frowned. This was something that put him maybe a little bit on edge. Civilians skulking off to speak to mysterious people about teammates was something that made him feel maybe just a bit uncomfortable. He also noted that doing this with his Sharingan active made it even more difficult, and thus, from now on, he'd do his sets with his eyes on. 134. And speaking of his eyes, he'd keep them locked on the architect. The moment he left to visit whomever he was going to see, Sasuke would be right behind him. After all, while he wasn't too fond of the loud-mouthed idiot, Naruto was his teammate, and when he'd thought that Sasuke had been killed, he apparently had almost killed Haku to avenge him. 135. And that meant that despite his idiocy, Naruto was strong enough to respect. 6-6-6. Naruto really had to admit, sushi's actually wasn't so bad once you get over the whole raw fish deal. It was actually pretty good. It was no substitute for ramen, that was for sure, but hey, he could do this again. He glanced over to Haku, who was on her third platter, though he'd have to figure out how to get someone else to cover it. Seriously, he'd seen the prices on the menu, and there was absolutely no way he was ever going to be able to cover Haku's appetite on a Genin's pay grade. It almost made him sympathize with Irika-sensei for all that ramen he'd been forced to pay for over the years. Almost. Hey Gigi, Naruto exclaimed with a smile. How about some more of that onagi stuff? It was pretty good. The old chef smiled and winked. Coming up in a moment, Uzumaki-sama. We're making something special for you. Uzumaki-sama. Naruto blinked and then grinned. Nobody except Tenshinji had ever cooked something special just for him. It was almost enough to make him jump in his seat. Something special? For me? Cool. What is it? It is a special dessert sushi, he exclaimed. Haku looked up and swallowed before speaking. Special dessert sushi? The wife nodded. Once upon a time, it was very popular. Naruto blinked. What happened? The couple shared a long look and glanced back to Naruto, a sad and wistful look in their eyes. Times change, my boy, but things are looking up again, so we've made it in your honor. Naruto's smile grew. Come on, show it to me. What is it? The old man leaned forward, a twinkle in his eye. Are you sure you want it now? I wouldn't want to ruin your meal with some untimely sweets. Haku smiled. Yes, please. What is it? Ah, the wife spoke. It's a local specialty that uses sweetened rice and a filling of bean jam. Haku cocked her head, showing some interest, while Naruto was just anxious to see what this awesome sushi was. All right. The husband relented, though it was obvious even to Naruto that he was just trying to build up anticipation. My eye present, an old speciality that I'm sure is going to become popular again. He slid forward a tray of sushi that had everyone's attention. On it were a number of standard rolls like any other sushi, But what caught Naruto's eye was the design. Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Voipurol. It was a fitting name. The white and black rice and bean jam, when rolled up, formed a very familiar spiral. The symbol that the Hokage has told him was the mark of his long-lost family. They'd said it was an old favorite, so they couldn't have invented it for him. He didn't know how, he didn't know why, but this touched him in a way that he couldn't understand. Not even realizing it, Naruto's hand trembled as he slowly reached forward, almost out of his conscious control. A tear rolled down his cheek, his chest was heavy, and he almost let loose a small sob as his hand slowly moved towards this double pun in the form of the symbol of the family that he'd never known, all rolled up in edible form. And slowly, and almost blind to the world around him, he looked at it before popping it into his mouth. He didn't know if it was the sushi or if it was the emotion, but the sweetness hit him like a sledgehammer. It was wonderful. It was delicious. It was enough to move him to tears. It was, simply put, the best thing he ever tasted. Wait. No. That was still Ichirako ramen. But this was still pretty fucking good. 6 to 6, 6 to 6. Sakura. Aforementioned girl absolutely beamed when the object of her affections said her name. All too often he was aloof and cool, being so dark and mysterious, but every once in a while he turned his attention to her and gave her that oh so sexy come hither look that made her shudder. Yes, Sasuke-kun, she all but gushed, absolutely sure that he was about to ask her out. After all, she'd suggested Amitsu earlier and could understand if he wanted to finish his training and rest. After all, one didn't go out on a date exhausted. And besides, he might need some energy for what comes after. Shinaro. He gave her a sexy little turn of the lip and an oh-so-mysterious look that made her all but shudder. "I need you to do something for me," he said in a voice so smooth that it made her want to purr like a kitten while gazing into her soul with two eyes that glittered like two pools of molten black chocolate. Sweet Cammy, he was so intense. What do you need, Sasuke-kun?" she asked, feeling a bit weak in the knees and moist in the panties. He glanced out at the wooden path that led away from the house and the marshlands. It wasn't anything special. It was getting a little late in the day, but except for old man Tizuna walking past, the only thing worth wondering about was the same old question of who the hell builds their house over water in the middle of the swamp. Slowly, she glanced at Sasuke, who again looked at her. "You didn't happen to catch the topic of the conversation that he had with Tsunami-san earlier, did you?" She blinked. "I wasn't paying attention." He grunted and walked past her. "I didn't think so." Sakura was confused. Did she say something wrong? Sasuke-kun. "I'm going out," he stated. "If I don't return before Tizuna-san does, inform Kakashi-sensei that the old man needs to be interrogated. If neither of us returns, he needs to speak with Tsunami-san." She blinked. "Sasuke-kun, what's going on?" He glanced back. They were talking about Naruto. "I want to know why." She frowned. Why would he be interested in Naruto like this? He got lucky once in a while, but there really wasn't much to him that you couldn't pick up within the first 30 seconds of him opening his mouth. Still, she knew better than to get in Sasuke's way when he got all sexy and intense like this. Maybe if she did, well, he'd take her out when he was done. Yeah, that was probably it. "Alright, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke grunted in affirmation and moved to jump into the trees. Before he could jump, though, she realized something and called for him to wait. He looked back once more. "What if Kakashi-sensei gets back before you do?" she asked. "Tell him I'm training." And with that, Sasuke was gone, leaving Sakura confused and more than a little disheartened. A small voice in her mind wondered if he didn't want to go out with her to begin with. She quickly stabbed that little voice in the kidneys. 6 to 6, 6 to 6, 6. "Hey, Sakura-chan," Naruto exclaimed as he and the others entered eyeshot of the house. Kakashi-sensei had decided to return to Tizuna's place with Haku and her three. Well, he didn't exactly want to think of them as morons, idiots, or anything like that. After all, He'd been called stupid enough times himself over the years he doubted they liked it any more than he did. He'd have to think of something else. He smiled. He had it. Dumbass. Kakashi-sensei had decided to return to Tezuna's place with Haku and her three dumbass to basically ask them about themselves, as those were not really the kinds of questions you asked at a sushi bar in front of a couple of smiling civilians. They were nice and all, but ninja stuff was for ninja. As for Sakura, when Naruto greeted her, instead of a smile and a hello like he'd been hoping for, she simply groaned and looked up at him. Naruto, can't you see I'm reading? She paused and glanced at the group, now 3 ninja larger. Kakashi-sensei, who are they? Not quite sure yet, Kakashi said with a smile, before glancing back. Who are you guys again? Rari frowned. We're Zabuza's Genin team. Didn't we already tell you that? Kakashi nodded to Sakura, ignoring Rari completely. There you go. Sakura, for her part, seemingly had almost the same reaction Naruto had. She turned an interesting shade of green. Haku Kuronet. Mao grimaced and said, however bad you think it was actually about 10 times worse. Sakura actually winced. My sympathies. Well, Kakashi said, now that we're all friends, why don't we get everyone together and have a nice chat? He slowly looked at Haku. This is everyone, correct? She simply scowled in response, sadly yes. Kakashi simply smiled. Wonderful. Sakura, where is Sasuke? She flushed slightly. Sasuke's in the woods, sensei. He's training. Kakashi simply cocked his head. Is that so? She nodded. Right, sensei. I see. He made a sound for a moment, and then smiled. Why, that sounds like a wonderful idea, Sakura-chan. She blinked. What? Training, he replied. Haku and Naruto have been training all day. He looked over her for a moment. I want you to do 6 laps to the bridge and back. Sakura grimaced before nodding. Okay, sensei, she replied reluctantly before starting to stretch her legs. I want you to report back in when you're done, Kakashi added, in about. He pulled back his glove to expose a small wristwatch. A half hour. Starting now. Sakura turned bone white. 30 minutes. Kakashi looked back down. 29 minutes, 55 seconds actually. Hurry up, Sakura-chan. You're burning daylight. Why, yes, sir, she squeaked as she broke off in a full run. Naruto watched the pretty pink-haired girl retreat with a confused look on his face. He didn't get the problem. 30 miles in as many minutes? Sure, that was enough to build up a good head of sweat, but it wasn't anything to freak out over, right? Kakashi sighed, shaking his head as the girl ran off before running through a series of hand seals and biting his thumb. Kuchiyose no Jutsu. 2 dogs appeared in an explosion of smoke. One was a massive black bulldog with a spike collar. The other, a small and cute little pug. Wow, that was cool, Naruto exclaimed. Haku, on the other hand, just glared at the pug. Kakashi. The pug looked up. Don't worry. Packin'. I had a chat with her. She understands she was out of bounds. Just learn to respect boundaries, Haku stated with a huff. Wonderful, Kakashi said with a smile. We're all friends now. Haku crossed her arms and scowled, looking very much like an indignant child. It was a stance that Naruto was well used to. Packin', I want you to find Sasuke and... Oh, come on, Kakashi, the dog whined. Literally whined. There was a canine whimper in there. I already got in enough of a mess today, following around one of your kids. Don't worry, he replied. This is an easy one. Just find him, stay at range, and make sure he's all right. The dog sighed and bounded off in the woods. Don't forget, you owe me those bones. Kakashi smiled and then looked to Naruto. Make me a shadow clone. Huh? Naruto blinked. Right. Kakebunsin no Jutsu. A second Naruto appeared in a burst of smoke. So, the clone asked, what do you need me for? Kakashi reached into his pocket and handed the clone a small wad of bills and sealing scroll. I want you to go out and give me a jumbo tonkatsu to go. He paused. Make it a double if there is enough. Put in this scroll and bring it back. The real you can keep the change. Naruto grinned. Yeah, he was going to get some pocket money. Ramen, here we go. His clone, on the other hand, he looked dejected at the task he was given. Oh man, delegated to fetching takeout for my lazy-ass sensei, the clone grumbled. It's actually for Sakura, Kakashi replied. The clone blinked. Oh, all right then. He obediently took the scroll and cash and bound off. Finally, Naruto turned to the last of his ninkin, who was obediently waiting for his orders. Bull, follow Sakura and stay out of sight. If she passes out, bring her home. He paused for a moment and glanced at the cold, mucky, brackish water that was the defining character of the surrounding wetlands, then dump her in the swamp to help wake her up. Make sure she doesn't notice you. Make sure she doesn't drown. The large bulldog nodded and bound off. Kuri shuddered. Naya, he's nearly as bad as Zabuza-sensei. Rari looked over. Is he running behind her swinging a huge sword screaming about how he'll murder her if she slacks off? Kuri paused for a moment. He's not nearly as bad as Zabuza-sensei. Kakashi shrugged. Nah, that comes later. There was a long, awkward pause. Naruto gulped and glanced at his teacher. He wasn't serious. He couldn't be serious, right? Kakashi-sensei. The Jonin cracked a grin. Just kidding. Naruto frowned. Somehow he didn't quite believe him. As for you four, how about we go inside and have a friendly chat, okay? 6-6, 6-6, 6-6. Uchiha Sasuke slowly crept behind the old man, sticking to cover and shadow. So far he had not been detected. That was nothing to be proud of. Rather, it was simply to be expected of a Konoha shinobi. Had the old man shown even the slightest hint that he might on some level believe he was being followed, it would have been a personal failure that would have reflected poorly on his abilities. That would mean that he required remedial training. His eyes narrowed. Uchiha Sasuke did not do remedial. His pride as an Uchiha only permitted progression and possibly supplement when the topic was of particular interest. No, the only emotions he felt right now were a dull sense of contentment from a job done efficiently and some lingering annoyance. How much longer was it going to take this foul-smelling drunk to get to wherever the hell he was going to? They'd been walking for almost an hour, skirting the stinking mangrove swamps of his blasted island and heading deeper and deeper into the interior. What this had to do with Naruto, he didn't know, but he'd find out. He was an Avenger, and Naruto had at least attempted to become the same in his name. He understood the conviction that took. He owed the moron this much. A few minutes of keeping to the brush and biting down his desire to grumble about his desire to hurry the fuck up, he finally got his wish. Around the last stand of trees was at least probably what had to Tizuna's destination. He honestly had to say to himself that while he hadn't know where he was going, this was probably the least likely place he'd have considered. It was a shrine, an old one from the looks of it. It wasn't falling apart or anything, but it was pretty long in the tooth. It looked like someone was trying to care for it and put in a valiant effort, though from the looks of things they were slowly losing the battle with time. Unaware of his tale, Tizuna walked past the torii and up to the entrance of the building proper, only for it to be opened for him. In the doorway stood an old man, easily as old as the Hokage, though at least from the looks of him, they couldn't be any more different in character. His hair was gray and long, not thin, but certainly somewhat unkempt. His features were craggy and severe, his eyes squinting and his mouth seemingly twisted into a permanent scowl. He was dressed in the robes of a priest which seemed as tired and well-worn as the rest of him. Slowly he gazed over the courtyard and locked onto Tizuna, the presence of whom seemed to only further disrupted the thoroughly unpleasant-looking old Shinken. "What do you want, boy?" he grumbled. His voice was rough, low, and bitter. He'd heard the term gravely before, but this man could be the face of the definition. He had the sound of a sack of rocks being ground against itself. Tizuna began to bow deeply. "Greetings, Shinji-sam." "Pick yourself up, boy, and don't call me that," he hissed. Tizuna flushed somewhat. "I apologize." "Don't apologize," he grumbled. Just don't do it again. Not that you'll listen." The old man turned away and walked inside. "Hurry up," he snapped. "You obviously have something to say, and if it wasn't worthwhile, then you wouldn't have walked all this way." He paused for a moment and then grunted. "Bah, come. I'll put on some tea." Sasuke scowled as Tazuna removed his shoes and walked into the building. He wasn't going to be able to hear him like this. Swiftly and silently, he moved in closer, not wanting to miss whatever they were talking about. Without a sound, he placed himself against one of the support pillars, listening in on whatever conversation they were having. "You really should let me and my men spend some time working on a shrine," Tazuna said. "I understand why you're refusing, but at this rate it's going to fall down around your head." "I'll be dead soon enough," he snapped. "Then you can work on the shrine to your heart's content. Until then, leave me to my duties. Now, I doubt you came all of this way to bitch at me about the condition of the shrine. What it is? An Uzumaki has entered the country. He is a ninja from Konoha." "What?" the man snapped. "Tell me about this ninja." "He's a boy, maybe 13. Didn't believe it at first. He has blonde hair after all." A blonde Uzumaki. Interesting. You sure the kid's for real?" "My daughter talked to his sensei. She didn't get a confirmation out of him, but he didn't deny anything either." "That's not much of a basis. And it seems that every other word out of the brat's mouth is databeo." "Databeo," he chuckled. "All right, I'll bite. You have a name?" "Uzumaki Naruto," Tazuna replied. "Naruto," the priest laughed. "All right. Send me this Uzumaki Naruto from Konohagakure. I'm going to see what he's made of, but first." He coughed and released a spike of killing intent that was almost enough to send Sasuke to his knees. "Boy, you know it's rude to eavesdrop." Sasuke's eyes went wide. "Shinobi." Sasuke turned about to flee, only to find himself running right into the chest of the old man.